Alright, we should be live.
Hello, everybody.
Right, let's get started. I'll do the countdown, counting down from 5, so time starts on difficulty selection. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Welcome, everybody, to Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, run by our very own Jonperi.
Yeah, hello, I'm Jonperi. I will be doing a SMT 5 Vengeance, a Canon of Vengeance route today on hard mode. There was a normal mode run earlier on in the event, but now we're doing it on a higher difficulty. And I have the esteemed Shaggy joining me here for commentary.
Indeed. I also run this game. I like to think I know what I'm talking about. So this will be a good run. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, indeed. I have a small little anecdote to share here as well. Some people might already know this from my stream, but I started running SMT5 during the vanilla version because I saw a YouTube video called SMT5 any percent hard speed run or something along those lines, and that video and run was done by Shaggy as well as the route. So yeah, now we are doing a commentary together for a route that we made together, so this is pretty cool for me.
Indeed, how poetic. I'm very glad I decided to upload that video to YouTube because I was hopeful that it would pull some people into our community, and it certainly worked. You have been incredibly valuable in all the work that you've done for us. Very much appreciated.
Alright, so back to the run. The game starts out in a dream sequence, which is pretty common for SMT mainline. We chose the Canon of Vengeance, and already in the first 2 minutes of the run, the game tells us that we made a big mistake and the end of the world is quickly approaching, so oopsies. Yeah.
So this version of the game, Vengeance, is a kind of updated re-release of Shin Megami Tensei 5. It adds a very large amount of new content, one of them being an entirely new storyline. It is kind of an alternative storyline to the original game, and it also has the original game story in it. So that cutscene there just gave you a choice of which one you want to play, essentially. And we chose the new one.
Yeah, so right now we're just in the classroom. We hear from the teacher that Tokyo, there has been some weird incidents happening recently, and that's why they have now a buddy system going on. So when you leave the school, you're supposed to travel in pairs to go home. So we get dragged into a group by this guy named Yuzuru, and then we will make our way to the dorm.
Yep. So, on the way home, we have to go through this particular tunnel, and unfortunately there's been a murder in the tunnel, so the police have closed it down completely and not letting anybody through, so we have to go and find some other route. We also here run into Miyazu, who is Yuzuru's sister, and she says her brother has gone missing and asks us to go and find him, so we're going to kill two birds with one stone and head up to this other tunnel up here that isn't used by very many people. And we find in this tunnel another student named Dazai, who's kind of a wannabe YouTuber, and he's trying to film a kind of creepy video in the tunnel. And while we see him, sort of what feels like an earthquake happens, and we get transported to a desert, and we have no idea what's going on, and so we decide to walk out forward and figure out what's happening.
Yeah, and to add to that, we see the student Dasai get abducted by an angel during the cutscene. And now we have our magical girl transformation with Aogami, who is a proto-fiend.
Young man, take
young
my
man.
hand.
Oh yeah, and also the dub is in Japanese. We had the English dub before, so showing some love to the JP dub as well. Well, this is the tutorial fight of this game. You cannot lose this unless you like actually try to lose this. It is possible, but you actually have to try to lose this.
Yeah, you can't miss in this fight, and the enemy can't crit or anything like that. So the only way you lose this is if you deliberately normal attack when you're expected to use Zio. So, in contrast to the normal road route you saw earlier, we are actually going to go for a strength build in the early game. This is mainly for two reasons. It will allow us access to a particular skill that synergizes really well with another innate skill that just Magic doesn't really have access to. And also there are, well, really two bosses, the same boss you have to fight twice that is weak to physical, who being on strength build helps quite a bit for.
Yeah, especially the second fight we have to do is pretty volatile, and the innate skills with physical build are really strong for that. Okay, I jumped too early. I was trying to time it for the trigger. It gives you a little bit of forward momentum if you are timing the jump correctly, but it's not a huge deal.
Yeah, so contrary to most Mega 10 games, and really most Atlas games in general, you can jump in this game. So there's an actual platforming element. It's not a huge part of the game, but it is, I think it's a nice addition and adds a lot more. This game's got much more complex and fun movement than you're typically used to when playing any kind of turn-based JRPG.
And the addition of the jump is really something that Atlas can expand upon in the future games and add more verticality to their dungeons. So I'm really excited for that. More dynamic movement, hopefully.
They did quite a bit of it in this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, fair enough. There's the Demon King Castle in the Canon of Creation has a fair bit of vertical movement already. And
I would say a lot of the outdoor areas also have a pretty solid amount of vertical movement within them as well. Yeah. It is worth noting that the general design of like the level structure in this game is quite a bit different to normal, whereas most SMT games kind of have an overworld that really its only purpose is to go from dungeon to dungeon, and then you spend the majority of your time in indoor areas. This game doesn't have very many actual dungeons. It's almost exclusively these large outdoor areas to explore, so it feels very different to most games.
All right, we're just going through the tutorials as quick as we can. This is the recruitment tutorial, so we will have our first demon pixie accompanying us on the adventure.
So this game has demon recruitment. It's very common to the series. Demon recruitment in this game has some level of randomness to it, but there's also some ways you can control it. When you talk to a demon, they will begin to ask you questions and give you a few choices to things to tell them. Certain demons like certain answers, but if you give them an answer that they like, that doesn't guarantee that they'll respond positively. It's just a higher chance. So there is an aspect of skill in remembering the right answers, but you can always just get screwed if you're unlucky. So we do generally want to avoid recruiting as much as possible because it's slow and random. However, in the early game, you kind of have no choice. You need some demons.
I think that's not the correct... I think it was the human stink is the correct option there.
I think it is too, yeah. That's the correct one.
Autograph, yeah.
So, sometimes the quote-unquote wrong answers can just work as well. So sometimes you'll do it wrong and just get lucky anyway.
Yeah, you have
But
done
in
a
that
lot
case-
of... Oh, sorry. Go
No, I
ahead.
was just gonna say, in that case, you were not lucky.
Yeah. You have done a lot of testing for this to get as accurate recruitment options as possible. That's
Yeah.
sad face.
I didn't really have too systematic of a way. I just kind of kept trying results and trying to see which ones worked more often than the others. And I was like, oh, I think this one works more. Some of them are obvious. Some of them almost never fail. So you ideally want to see those questions.
So we see a group of Preta harassing a small ferry and we decide to step in. So this is the first tutorial fight with multiple enemies. We're just gonna auto through with the new function they added to this game called auto skill, where the game automatically determines the best skill to use in any given situation based on the knowledge we have. And that adds a very interesting layer to the routing, because using auto skill is very quick. So you want to use that as much as possible throughout the run. So during the routing process, it was pretty big consideration to route the fights in a way where you could actually use the auto skill.
Yeah. One note I'll add to that, if you're trying to reproduce this at home, you would probably think that in your settings you would want to set skill animations to skip, because surely that would be the fastest thing to do if you could skip the skill animations completely. That's not what you should do. What you should do is set them to max speed, so one speed slower than that, and then mash A as hard as you can while you're going through your skills. It will be, like, it saves a couple of well, probably about a second every skill, so it saves a lot of time to do it that way, and that's why this will just look so fast, every battle John does.
So we just picked up the Aogami Husk, which contains... Every Aogami Husk in the game contains one unique skill for the Nahobino, which is what we are called. And Rooted Soul is pretty insane for the first unique skill we get.
Yeah, so Rooted Soul gives you a flat plus 30 HP and plus 30 MP, and the amount of HP and MP we have now are like 50 and 70, so getting a 30 boost to both of them is kind of absurd. I guess they just figured that the new stuff they added made the early game too hard or something. I remember getting here in my casual playthrough and seeing, like, are they really giving us something this strong right off the bat?
For reference, regular Mannequin and Lifespring don't catch up to Rooted Soul until midway through the third area, basically.
Yeah, regular life and mana springs are percentage based, so the more you have, the more they do, whereas Rooted Soul is a flat value, and because it's both HP and MP, it's absurdly strong.
So this is another instance. This is an Abscess fight. Abscess fights are things that let us unlock more miracles.
So,
they don't actually...
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's a resource in this game called Glory, which you can pick up from a few various sources, from finding these Memen around the map, finding these large sort of glory crystals, or some other sources as well. And you're able to spend it on these abilities called miracles, and they do various things. They might give you more skill slots. They might give the main character affinity with certain skills. They might give you... really, there's a ton of stuff it gives you. And the way these miracles are unlocked, you don't start with them all unlocked at the beginning, is by defeating these abscesses. That one was mandatory. It's kind of the tutorial one. It's completely blocking your path. You can't get around it. All of the rest of them in the game are optional. You can choose to destroy them if you want. Some of them give really important miracles that we need, so we will be doing them, especially in the early game. Generally, the early game ones are more useful. But as the game goes on, we try to work with as few of them as possible.
So these Magatsu rails are a Vengeance addition. They were not in vanilla. They made some new areas into the game, and you can find pretty good stuff in there. And now we are approaching the first boss fight of the run.
Yeah. also the introduction to guest characters. Guest characters are an exclusive thing to the Canon of Vengeance route. Basically, they're human characters who join your party. They are a bit different than your standard demons for a couple of reasons. The first is they can use items by default. Normally, you would need to get a miracle to allow your demons to use items. The downside, though, is you cannot use essences on them. So essences, I think John explained earlier, are items you can find around the world that allow you to give demons or the main character skills. You can't use that on these guest characters. They just get the skills they get. So here, Yuzuru and this new character, Yoko, have joined us. Yuzuru is mainly kind of support and physical, whereas Yoko is a strong magic damage dealer who focuses on fire, electric, and dark skills. Yoko is with us for a pretty large portion of the game, which kind of makes sense. She's the new girl for this game. Every Atlas re-release needs one. This boss here is not terribly dangerous, but it's pretty random. It's kind of weird to have a boss fight this random as a tutorial fight, but as long as you play this fight pretty defensively, it's kind of hard to lose.
The annoying thing that class Yalabolas does in this fight is spam Mirage, and the only way to get rid of it at this point is to have Patra on your Big C, basically.
Yeah, you can buy Amrita sodas, but they're pretty expensive, and you need that money for recruits, so we don't do that. And at this point, we're going to... Well, Amanazako is going to join us, and we'll get... So Amanazako will be our first partner. So partners are just a small demon that kind of follows you around in the overworld, and they are able to find these things called partner spots, which are just either an item on the ground or an enemy spawn, or basically those two things. Some partner spots are fixed. They're always in the same spot, and they always have the same stuff, and other ones are random. We obviously know where all of the fixed ones are, and we know which ones we want, and those are the only ones we'll be picking up. We will not touch any random partner spots, because they can be encounters that could potentially kill us, or they really don't give you that much good stuff. And also, we're getting introduced to the new mechanic called Demon Haunts. Demon Haunts, so there's quite a bit going on in Demon Haunts. You can kind of talk to your demons and sort of build relationships with them and get them bonus stats. They can give you items. We're not going to do any of that because it's all random and slow. What we will do is, after various plot flags, usually after major bosses, Aogami himself will want to talk to us in the Demon Haunt, and if we do that, he'll give us 3 stat points that we can assign to anything we want. So it's basically just free power. There's not really much reason not to do it. And here we're going to go into the shop. We're going to buy a few items called spyglasses, which if you use a spyglass allows you to see the enemy's weakness. Now, you might be wondering why a speedrunner would need an item to see an enemy's weakness, because, I mean, don't we already know what their weaknesses is? And that's true for everything except for one enemy type called Mitamas, which have random weaknesses. So we need to have an item to see that.
Yeah, we'll be killing a few Mitamas here in Area 1 very shortly, but first we're gonna do the first fusion, and this cutscene is unskippable. We're gonna use our early game support demon, Neko Shogun. He learns Patra, Secunda, Rakunda, Fangbreaker, very strong early game debuffer.
Yeah.
We'll get rid of our pixie here.
Neko Shogun is incredibly useful because he naturally learns all 3 of the debuffs, those being defense, agility, and attack. And debuffs in general are stronger in the early game than buffs because you're usually fighting one singular target, so being able to single target... buffs and debuffs in this game the lower level ones are single target, which makes the buffs not very good because you can only buff one person in your party. But if you're fighting just one big enemy, the debuffs are really good. So Neko Shogun just naturally getting all three of them is incredibly useful.
So here we have our first Mitama. In the game there's 4 different types. There's Saki, Ara, Kushi, and Nigi. So this one is Saki. All of them give EXP, but in addition, Saki Mitama also gives us a bunch of items that we can sell for money. And I think I just got a triple drop if I saw that correctly, so that's pretty good already.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. But
yeah, I'm not sure if that was the case, but yeah. So your money route can vary a fair bit depending on how much money the Saki Mitama can, or how much it gives you.
Absolutely. To put that into perspective, it will always drop an item that sells for 800 Maka, but it can also drop items that sell for 1k or 1.5k, and it could theoretically drop all 3 at once, which is obviously a huge difference. Here's another recruit. Mandre taking literally all of your MP.
That's fine. I'll get
Yeah, there's
empowering cheer for the next level up, so it's fine.
One of the miracles he bought earlier is empowering cheer, which on level up restores half your HP.
Did I buy it? I think I forgot to buy it now that... Alright, wait a sec.
We can go back and check.
I'm pretty sure I didn't buy it because I just think I just did the fusion. That's kind of necessary.
If you forget to buy that, you'd be kind of screwed. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there. Nice. Good catch there. I definitely wasn't paying attention.
Might as well heal at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much money.
All right, that's a bit of a blunder, but at least I noticed it before the next Mitama.
Another small new area. This one has quite a bit of good stuff actually. It's got an essence that has Bufu on it, which is pretty hard to come by in the early game and really useful. Also a Soma Droplet, which is a new item to Vengeance that, well, not new item to Vengeance, relative to Vanilla anyway. Soma Droplets have been all throughout the game. But they just restore some HP and MP. Kind of getting a bit unlucky with Mitama weaknesses. Anytime it forces you to use an item, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, at the moment we have coverage for every element except for light, so that was a 1 in 8 chance to get the light affinity, which happened. It's a little bit unlucky, but doesn't really affect the run long term.
No, it just might force you to spend a little bit extra money. So now we'll get the introduction to side quests here. Side quests are obviously slow, and we try to avoid doing as many of them as possible. Some of them are just worth it, though, but this one is not.
This one is not, but he gives you a War Guard Talisman, which unlocks Frykugel X, which was a skill that was used in speedrun in vanilla times, but not anymore. It's not worth it. We have access to so much more powerful skills.
Yeah, it's worth talking about Magatsuhi skills for a bit. So there's a Magatsuhi meter that you can see in the top right there. It's built up in a few different ways. Every turn it will increase, or certain other actions can increase it, like starting a fight with initiative or a few other things. And when it's full, you can use a Magatsuhi skill. There are a lot of Magatsuhi skills in the game. The one you start off with just lets every attack you use be a critical, which is pretty strong and very general purpose. Most of the skills are tied to various demon families, so the one John was talking about for Kugel EX would have been tied to the War God clan, which Neko Shogun is a War God. So you kind of have to route around that if you want to use them. And now we're getting to the second abscess that we're going to do. Like I said, this one is technically optional, you can skip it. However, one of the miracles this gives is... Oh, that's a very unfortunate
Oh,
That's rough.
that's not good at all. Let's play a bit defensive for one turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say throw an ice dampener.
Yeah, that's
and,
exactly the
heal
plan.
MC. Just kill next turn.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
One of the miracles that this abscess gives allows you to use essences to change MC's resistances, which is incredibly important for the route. So we well, that one's technically optional. It's really not skippable. So you can see what John's doing there is baiting out an attack and trying to hit the enemy in the back. If you hit the enemy in the back, you will always go first. That's a change they made from Vanilla to Vengeance. In Vanilla, once the enemy saw you, it was an agility fight, who goes first. But in Vengeance, you just need to hit them in the back. So that was the last recruit of the run.
Yeah, last recruit of the run, and we got that completely for free. Well, I had to get one lifestone, but I didn't need to negotiate because of the moon cycle. Some demons' mood depends on the moon cycle, and Ketchi is one of those demons who likes the moon cycle being close to new moon. It gives you like a free chance of picking him up.
Yeah, so it's kind of fortunate that our moon cycle works out that way. Just picked up another Aogami essence. That one has Racunda on it, so the defense debuff. You always kind of want sources of that.
And here we get Asumi essence with Scratch Dance, which is a vital part of our early game.
Yeah,
early game strategy.
Scratch Dance was really good in vanilla, and it's even better here. In general, a lot of our early and mid-game strategy is going to revolve heavily around random hit skills. So these are skills that deal a random number of hits and choose random targets, which sounds bad, and it sort of is, but the trade-off for that is they are quite a bit stronger than other options. And Scratch Dance is the earliest one you get access to. They also are. There's also a. I guess we haven't talked about innate skills yet.
No, we haven't yet. But we can save that for a bit later, I guess, because we're not going to be making use of them quite yet.
Yeah. Well, every demon does have an innate skill, so we are technically making use of one even there, because Onmaraki.
Well, that's true. Yeah, fair enough.
But they're not. Some of the innate skills are sort of nice little bonuses, like Onmaraki gives 10% more fire damage to your party. Some of them are absolutely insane and broken, and you will see some of those ones later. We will be abusing two innates that I consider to be incredibly broken. One of them pretty early in the game. I think you had 2 shabby building materials.
Yeah, I have 10k money, that's a lot. I don't need to struggle for cash in this run, which is very nice.
Yeah. So if you were watching the normal mode run from earlier in the marathon, Beef went and did a side quest here to unlock Leonon to make the next parts of the game a bit easier. John and I don't think that's worth it, so we don't do that. We're just going to fight Hydra right now. It will make the Hydra fight quite a bit, especially because we're on hard mode and not normal mode. It will make the Hydra fight quite a bit longer and more challenging. But hey, that makes it more fun in my opinion.
Being able to skip a side quest that was basically mandatory in Vanilla is pretty huge.
It is, yeah. I remember when we were doing the routing of this game and we realized that, hey, we can actually just fight Hydra without doing that quest. It felt really good, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of the routing that we did, we kind of had assumptions on how the game worked, but after realizing that the game is completely different from Vanilla, we had to kind of throw out all of the preconceived notions we had about the game.
Absolutely. There's so much stuff that in Vanilla we just considered mandatory, like you must have this, you can't play the game without it. We're just like, no, here we just don't need that, we can skip it.
So here we made it to Tokyo Tower, where Aogami gets a memory from 18 years ago, where Lucifer shows up and says that God is dead. And this is the second boss fight of the run, the infamous Hydra.
This fight is intended to be a wall for new players. It's kind of sort of meant to teach you that, hey, boss fights, you need to take them seriously. This guy's got a lot of HP, quite a bit of defense, and he hits very hard. But that doesn't make him invincible. So there's a few quirks to his AI you can exploit. He's the first boss you run into that has a charge cycle that's based on HP gates. So John tried to do enough damage on turn 1 there to push him past his first kind of charge HP value. So when a boss wants to charge, they will always do a consistent set of actions most of the time, and in Hydra's case, it's normal attack into charge, and then once he's charged up, the action that he does with his charge is consistent. In Hydra's case, it's Toxic Breath. Toxic Breath is a dark skill, so we can use an item called a Dark Dampener, which puts up a shield that protects you from one dark attack. So basically, the loop we want to get into here is do enough damage to put him into charge phase, then put up a Dark Dampener to block his attack, then do enough damage to push him into his next charge phase, put up another Dark Dampener, and so we can kind of get 4 turns where we're not really under threat. Alright, and then after that we push him into phase 2, and now things get a bit more threatening, because now we can't abuse that same thing. So usually when you push him into turn 2, he likes to frenzy. That's very bad.
Oh, let's
Getting
see how
a
this
frenzy
goes.
crit without a dodge is very, very bad. This might be salvageable, but it's going to be a bit rough.
It's a bit RNG reliant if I can salvage this or not. Gonna try, of course.
Don't want to see. I would have guarded with Neko Shogun there.
Probably.
Well, no, I think you can. I think you're fine.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
I think we have this in the bag.
So that was definitely the correct play there. So the most threatening thing he can do in phase 2 is Fire Breath, because Kawaida and Neko Shogun are both weak to fire. So we really want to put up a Fire Dampener there, which thankfully, since Yoko can use items, we were actually able to do. If Yoko couldn't use items, then we couldn't have got the turn down to MC to be able to use it. So now we're going to have... So Yoko doesn't have Ice Attack, but she can just throw Ice Gems.
Oh, this is... Oh, dear.
Oh, okay. So you didn't quite have enough damage to finish there. Did you use all 3 of your Fire Dampeners?
I think I did.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe I made a mistake. I don't know.
Whatever. We can try again.
Yeah, I should have passed with Neko Shogun there, I think. Maybe thrown another Ice Gem with MC.
Maybe pass Scratch Dance for some more damage.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. I think I could have salvaged that with more precise play. Alright, let's go again. Hopefully this time was a bit
what
smoother.
threw things off there was the Frenzy crit. Unfortunately, the Frenzy is a full party Fizz attack. We don't have access to physical dampeners at this point. We can't just buy them. So we can't really protect ourselves from that. It's fine if it doesn't crit, or if it misses someone, it's also fine. It's just unfortunate that we got the worst possible luck there. Again, you get to see the same strategy again. We're also taking advantage of a skill.
Oh, why did... Wait, oh, that's...
I think you were supposed to crit last turn, right?
I like to crit on turn 3, but I used it... Wait, let's...
I think you can still win, no?
I think so, yeah. I need to just...
I think...
I
don't think you needed the Fire Dampener there.
Yeah, that was dumb. I'm...
Which in Florida?
Um...
This might be still winnable.
I don't think so, because I don't have a Dark Dampener anymore.
Oh, you only had 2. Okay, never mind.
I made a mistake, so...
Right, yeah.
Unless I push him here, I can't win, but...
If you push him here, you're probably still dead, because he's gonna frenzy.
Alright, yeah. That's
alright, let's try again.
Yeah, that was unnecessary mistake. That was completely on me.
You can see the boss fights in this game are somewhat challenging, because while we do have a script that we try to follow as closely as possible, it's inevitable that at least a couple of boss fights in your run are going to get completely derailed, and so you have to have some improv skills. Yeah, most people will do this boss fight somewhere around level 12 or so. We're only level 10, so what we have access to is relatively limited, but we do have enough to win. And that's all that really matters. Just win, forehead.
Alright, we are in a pretty good situation here.
We're in a much better position here. You do want to be somewhat careful not to push him into phase 2, but I don't even think... I think we'd have to
That's not possible at this point. I don't think it's possible at this point. On this turn, it... Or...
I was about... You weren't that far, so if you had some incredible crit luck, you might have been able to do it.
Maybe, yeah. I've never seen that happen, though, but yeah, I guess you're right.
It was something you had to look for in vanilla.
I should have... Well, okay,
you have to... even... Yeah,
Another...
Oh, okay. You got the... Okay.
I'm making another mistake here, but it's
not a huge
fine.
Mistake. That's salvageable.
Yeah, this should be okay.
Yeah. Neko Shogun changed himself over.
I should have used a Soma drop pattern earlier.
Definitely put up a fire dampener here.
Yeah.
And then we'll crit this turn, and we should get fairly close to finishing, and we should have one more fire dampener, so you should be okay.
Yeah, I think so. Let's
even if you can't finish here. Yeah, putting it up there is, I think, the correct play.
I'm not gonna turn auto on just in case we miss here, because I'm getting a bit paranoid. Okay, there we go.
Alright, there we go. Perfect.
Oof.
No problems.
That was a little bit sticky, but got through it.
It shows off kind of how much more difficult hard mode is in this game. So I guess we can talk about difficulty for a bit. So what hard mode does a lot of things in this game. The most relevant is that it increases the damage you take by about 30%. It reduces the damage you deal by about 30%. And so those are the two most relevant things. It also does a bunch of smaller things, like it reduces your accuracy by about 5% or so, increases the enemy's accuracy by, I believe, like 10%, and it also, like, ailments and instant kills are, if the enemy uses them, they're more likely to hit. If you use them, they're less likely to hit. Your run rate is reduced by a lot. I think that's everything.
Yeah, I think you covered all of it.
It generally feels fairly fair, most of those changes. I don't really see anything in there that's too cruel. They seem to have learned their lesson from SMT4 that changing accuracy by a large amount for the harder difficulties is really dumb. But they did still reduce your accuracy a little bit, so you are more incentivized to use accuracy boosts. And the damage changes are pretty reasonable.
Alright, so after the Hydra fight, we are gonna do a little bit of a errand run, collecting some pretty good essences and useful items before we proceed with the main story here.
Yeah, once you beat Hydra, quite a bit of the map opens up, and there's a lot of stuff that's worth collecting out here.
So we'll pick up some chakra drops here. We need them for one fight and one important side quest later on.
Yeah, so mainline SMT, which this game is a part of, does not have any calendar system whatsoever, and also no social links at all. It's much more like a traditional kind of JRPG style play. It's very different from Persona. Here's another partner spot with Mitama. This is an Aramitama. So Aramitamas drop items called grimoires. When you use a grimoire, you use it on a demon, and that demon gains a level.
So think like rare candy in Pokemon, basically.
Yes, with one extra limitation in that you are limited by the main character's level.
Oh, a little bit of parkour
you can do here.
All right,
I like
there we
this
go.
parkour. You just kind of barely get up on that ledge and jump out a window. Then go over here. So we grabbed over there Apsaris' essence. The main reason we want that is because it's Affinity's Null Charm, which will be very useful for the next boss. Also grab that Obarian essence because it has Sukunda on it. We do have to retire Neko Shogun fairly soon. He's as good as he is, he's a bit of a liability being so low level, and we have another demon we want to fill the support role. So we need to grab a few sources of the debuffs.
I think I saved already, but double save is not a bad thing. So Register Angel, we can buy him back from the compendium later.
Yeah, so with essences on the main character, you can give that demon's resistances to the main character. So Apsaris nulls Charm. So if you use her essence on MC, you get that null Charm, which is very helpful.
So we have to exit World of Shadows here to give a Grimoire to Asumi to level him up, so he learns Scratch Dance, and we can pass that on to Obarion, which we are going to be fusing next.
Yeah, so right there, John just fused Mermaid. Mermaid is a very important demon to our route. The reason why is her innate skill. So what it does, it's called Pandemonic Feast, and it's one of the innates that I consider to be incredibly overpowered. What it does is anytime you have a Magatsuki skill effect active, like a critical turn, for example, any random hit skill you do will have the maximum number of hits increased by 2. This is like really, really big, because normally if you're using a random hit skill on a single target, let's say, you can only hit the minimum number of attacks. So for example, Scratch Dance hits 2 to 4 times. If you're attacking just a single target with it, it will only ever hit 2 times. But if you have Pandemonic Feast active on a crit turn, it can now hit up to 4 times. So you are you can hit anywhere between 2 and 4 times, which on its own is a really big boost in damage. You can say, well, that's effectively a 50% boost in damage, you'll average 3 hits. But that's not even true. That's not even the way the math works. It's even more strong than that. Because what it's doing is, since Scratch Dance hits 2 to 4 times, if you have Pandemonic active, it technically hits 4 to 6 times. So, but against a single target, that's always reduced by 2. So what it's doing is it's rolling between. Sorry, it's rolling between 2 and 6, and anything if it rolls 5 or 6, it reduces it to 4. So that's kind of confusing. But effectively, what that means is it will roll 4 hits much more often than it will roll 3 hits or 2 hits. So it's even more than a 50% damage buff. I forget what the exact number is, but it's quite a bit higher. So this is something we're going to use really heavily throughout a large portion of the run. The next boss is the first instance you'll get to see it.
Alright, so while Shaki was explaining Pandemonic Feast and Scratch Dance, we did some looting around and doing some final minute prep for the next boss, and also picking up this Kusimitama for the Gospel. So we explained earlier what Grimoires are, that they give you your demons a level. So Gospel is an item that gives your MC a level up. So we'll pick those up for the late game. We're not going to use them. We're going to save them for when the level ups are more valuable.
So Gospels are much better than Grimoires, and the game understands that they're much better than Grimoires, so they're much rarer. The reason why MC's level is a lot more important is because your fusions are capped by MC's level. So the higher your main character, having a higher level main character effectively means you have a higher level party, because you can just fuse higher level demons. So a few more things to pick up here. And then we're going to fight the next boss. So the next boss here is the first member we're going to run into of a group called the Kadishtu. They're basically, well, we don't know too much about them at this point. They're kind of the primary villains for the Vengeance route. This one, her name is Nama. She is weak to physical attacks, which is something fairly rare in this game. But it's kind of the reason, she's the reason we sort of go build in the early game. This fight is kind of rough. Mainly down to her unique skill, Capitulate to Pleasure, which she opens with. You can see that charmed our entire party except for the main character. That's why we absolutely need charm immunity on MC, because that charm attack has absurd accuracy on hard mode. It's virtually guaranteed to charm your entire party. And then we do a strat we like to, I think Shiner calls it, the Patra Conga line, where we just we put MC first so he can cure Mermaid, who can then cure Ovarian, who can then cure Zutun Shi, and then we can throw up a Dark Dampener to protect ourselves from her next attacks. So you saw there the first instance of Pandemonic Feast, and you kind of got a sense of how much damage you can do. We have 2 users of Scratch Dance in here, and then Zutun Shi also has Bouncing Claw, which is a little bit weaker, but Health also takes advantage of it. And you can kind of see the damage output we put there. And yeah, we take care of Nama like that. I guess one other thing worth mentioning there is Zutun Shi's innate, which is also kind of good. In he sets everyone in the party's physical damage affinity to his own if they're lower. So MC doesn't have any physical affinity, but Zutun Shi has +2, so MC gets +2 phys affinity, which helps do more damage.
Alright, now we have to avoid the Nozuchi who like to suck you in if you let them. And,
yeah, I kind of like the Nozuchi here. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is. I like the addition of Nozuchi here. He was a demon that was not in vanilla. One thing I need to keep in mind here is my Magatsui bar. For the next boss fight, I want to be 1 turn away from having full Magatsui, which I think we are. That is pretty close, but I think that's enough, but I'm just gonna make sure that I have enough so we don't run into any unfortunate circumstances. Where are the orbs? Here.
Might have actually been 1 too short if you didn't pick those up.
Yeah, possibly. The way those Magatsui orbs that we collect work in this game is a bit RNG. You don't get a consistent amount from...
Which is really dumb.
Yeah, so the amount you get... so during routing, we would have instances where we thought our Magatsui bar would always be consistent, but then we ended up being like sometimes short just a little bit.
Yep. Okay. So the next boss is another kind of pretty serious roadblock for... he certainly was in vanilla, and he's still pretty hard here. It's Eligor. He has some really strong fizz skills. Well, one strong fizz skill in particular that also has a high crit rate. We still don't have really any way to deal with heavy fizz damage yet, so we kind of just have to tank it. He also summons two Andres, who are pretty dodgy and have some force skills and like to buff Eligor's agility. They're pretty annoying. And then Eligor also has Miragi, hit your whole party with fire, so you have to be worried about fire weaknesses. He's kind of strong.
Yeah, I would say he's one of the most volatile fights in the entire run.
Yeah. Also, the other thing is we're again going to rely on Pandemonic Feast in this fight. Pandemonic Feast is particularly volatile in multi-target situations because it can fully hit 2 to 6 times. So you can imagine the difference between all of your scratch stances hitting only 2 times versus all of them hitting 6 times is really big. And you can only use Pandemonic Feast during a crit turn, or well, during a Magatsui skill. So kind of a lot of how fast or how safe this fight is comes down to our turn 2 crit turn. How lucky are we going to get with our scratch dances?
Also, we have Palea's unique Entangling Tendrils, which is also a little bit of RNG as well.
It's really good for this fight. So it's a full party attack debuff, so it's Matarunda, which is really helpful in this fight. But also it has a chance of sealing the enemies. So ideally, it's really rare that you seal Eligor, but sealing just the Andres is still pretty useful. And John got 1 seal on the Andres there.
1 seal is kind of what you would expect. Any more than that, then you're getting kind of lucky.
Yeah. So you'll also see that John set up Charge on MC here. So Charge boosts the damage of your next physical attack by, I believe, 80%. It's really strong when synergized with a Pandemonic Feast crit turn like this. So how many? So that was only 2 hits from Bithorn, and that was only 3 hits from MC. So that's not amazing luck. Okay, that was decent. Okay, it sucks if you don't kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
For some
it
reason,
sucks pretty hard if you don't kill any of the Andres with that. But then to just get Gram Slice crit into the floor. I don't know why Eligor Miragi turn 1. That's really abnormal.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. I was thinking about that too. But for some reason, Eligor likes to prioritize hitting MC with Gram Slice, which has high crit chance. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Eligor got
seal on Eligor. Okay, that's a much better start. Yeah, that's kind of why this fight is hard, is because you can see how much damage that Gram Slice crit did. It did about 100, which is the majority of our health bar, and that's through double Tarunda, by the way. If we didn't Tarunda him, he just straight up one-shot MC with Gram Slice crit. And remember, it has a higher crit rate than a normal skill.
But alright, we are in a very good position here. Hopefully we get some good, juicy Pandemonic Feast hits as well.
Yeah. That's a good one. 4. That was, I think, 3. Yeah, that was only 3 as well. Not... Oh, that was only 2.
Alright, at least...
Okay, that still killed one of the Andres, and the other ones are still sealed, so...
Eligor recovered from his seal, which is a little bit unfortunate, but... Overall, we are in a decent spot here anyway.
If you hit a seal and it lasts for more than 4 turns, you're just celebrating, Yoko.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Need to be a bit careful here. Eligor is Kundat. Oh, no, he's not. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you wanted to use that Tarunda on Eligor.
Oh, that's true.
You used it on Andres.
Oh, well, that should be fine.
Generally, once the Andresses are down, you're usually fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, there it is. Good card.
Yeah.
I need to be a bit careful here, so I'm just gonna play it very, very methodically and safe.
Yeah. Once the Andresses are gone, as long as you're not playing too risky, it's pretty hard to lose. You can kind of just whittle them down. Alright, nice.
Alright, that angel dying does not matter one bit, so that's fine. Alright, kind of showcasing some bad RNG in the fights that can happen in the early game. Normally this is fine, we are not very far into the run yet, so this would be a decent like reset threshold, but obviously not for Marathon. But now we return the quest to the angels, but the angels have mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah, and we pick up an item that gives us an access to a Magatsuhi skill that we won't ever use. Some Magatsuhi skills require more than one demon. That one requires Angel and Archangel. Only one of them has to actually be in your party. The other one can be in your stock. So it's not like you need a particular party to use it. That one we don't need. There will be one later that we'll use quite a bit, though, for the late game. A few more things to pick up here.
On the positive side, I don't think I've ever been this rich in a run before.
I was gonna say, you have a lot of money. You didn't even pick up the extra 2k chest.
Yeah.
You're still rich. Pretty nice.
Where is... what am I... Mokoi.
Mokoi, yeah.
I was already looking for Apsaras, but I'm skipping some.
Yeah, you can't fuse Apsaras till you have Mokoi.
Mm-hmm.
So, next boss we have to fight is everyone's favorite snake woman, Nua. Nua's weak to fire. She has very strong force skills, and she has some elect skills as well. She's generally not a very hard fight, just because she's very scripted and is very vulnerable to null force. So we're gonna have null force on MC. We're also doing some prep for the boss fight after as well. I won't spoil for now.
Yeah, anybody who has... Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, no, go ahead. I was just...
You were talking about... No? Yeah. Well, anyone who has been on my channel or watching my streams before kind of know I'm sort of particular about Nuva, so... But yeah, we'll be doing the fight. You were about to say something about Pandemonic Feast.
Yeah, I was about to say, Pandemonic Feast is not super useful in this fight. We don't have too much ability to take advantage. We will still use it. We'll prep a charge, and then because we're using a crit turn anyway, and Mermaid is at this point our best support to have in, so she might as well just be there. And then MC still has Scratch Dance, but nobody else does, so it won't be like the last fight where we're entirely relying on it. So on turn 1, she's scripted to use Mazio, so we can cover that with an Elect Dampener. Now her actions get a bit more random, but what she only really has two things that she does, which is normal attack and Zanma. And she, even without taunt, she likes to prioritize the MC, but we use a skill called taunt, which makes her more likely to target the taunt user. So MC nulls forced. You can see a full 4-hit Scratch Dance there with charge, and you can see how much damage that did. It's really good. So when she charges, she likes to use her unique skill, Sacrifice and Play, which, if you let it hit you, is really bad, but it's a force skill, so you can just use the force dampener.
I let my Secunda drop, but that should be fine.
Just don't miss, Forehead. Just get lucky.
Refresh taunt. Oh.
Use another Secunda, yeah. One thing I can note about accuracy in this game is it's a bit weird in that there's sort of a soft cap at around 99.5% hit chance, which means that getting up to that amount by using agility buffs, debuffs, etc. is not very hard. But if you want to go past that to like 100%, which is you'd love to have 100% accuracy, it's really difficult. So typically in most of these fights, your miss chance is really low, but it's never zero, almost never zero. So you can get some, we call them 99.5 misses, which can get you killed in some circumstances.
One thing to note about the Nuva fight is that the taunt is not bulletproof, so sometimes she can summon a mermaid and one-shot her, for example. Yeah. Which did happen to me a few times in practice, but taunt, generally speaking, is pretty consistent in this game.
Taunt is good enough to be reliable, but it's not 100% like John says, so sometimes that's another way. It's like kind of like the 99.5 miss, although it's a bit more likely, I think.
Yeah, then, it's a bit more likely, yeah. I think also it depends on the NPC a little bit as well. I think some NPCs are a bit more... Yeah, some NPCs like to ignore taunt more than others.
Yeah, there's definitely some factors to it that we don't understand. What was I going to say? Well, I guess we can talk about the plot again.
Right,
so
right.
After beating... Alright, you can go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, so we got to the diet building, we found our classmates, and now we are in the headquarters of Bethel, Japan. Bethel is a organization that fights against demons in the netherworld, and now we learn that the Tokyo we live in, so the normal Tokyo, is actually a miracle created by God, so it's not actually real, and the area we just wandered in, the desert, is actually the real Tokyo that got destroyed 18 years ago. We also met the Archangel Abdiel, who is going to be a major character moving forward, but we didn't actually see her because we skipped through all these cutscenes, but we will see her in Area 2. Mm-hmm. And the guy we just talked to is the Prime Minister of Japan, and he's pretty plot relevant, but we'll keep that as a spoiler for now. And
he's like Aogami's brother or something? I can't remember exactly how that works.
He's Aogami's brother. He's a proto-fiend, same as Aogami. They were created together. Aogami is the battle-orientated model, and Koshimizu is the negotiating type. So he's the prime minister created for diplomatic stuff, and Aogami is the frontline murder machine, basically.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, these the cylinders, the terminals are obvious references to Nocturne. Many people consider this game to be like Nocturne 2. It's... I can't remember if it's actually takes place in the same universe or not, but...
I don't know if it takes place in the same universe, but there's definitely a lot of references in this game to Nocturne.
Yeah.
I don't know how... are they just giving the fans some references, or is it actually like a same universe type of deal? But the 18-year gap that happens in this game lines up with Nocturne's conception, so make of that what you will. Mm-hmm. Here we have our first dialogue that affects our alignment with Yoko. There's two routes in the CoV storyline. There's the law and chaos ending. We will be siding with the chaos ending, going chaos aligned, for one very specific reason, and that's because the boss fight at the end of the game is different. And for the Chaos, it's a little bit easier, and we are more suited to deal with that fight in this run.
Yeah. It's not even really a choice in regards to routing. The Chaos ending boss fight just works so much better with our endgame strategy that there's really no reason to choose Law.
Daisojo has broken SMT5 and SMT3. No, Daisojo is pretty bad in this game, actually. In Nocturne, he's like basically the best demon in the game, but he doesn't have prayer in this game. Meditation is heavily nerfed. He's not all that useful.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything that other demons don't do better in this game.
So we'll go to Rooftop to talk to Tao. We witnessed earlier a student, Sahori Itsukishima, who was getting bullied, and she was talking to some invisible entity. And Tao is worried about her friend getting bullied, so we'll go talk to her and give her some advice. The next storyline focuses heavily on Sahori for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mermaid, Obarion.
But as soon as we go to bed here, we're gonna get pulled into another boss fight.
Wait, what Lycorn.
Yeah. And
Gonna
it's
take
against
this
a familiar face. So Nama, as well as a bunch of other demons, have managed to break into the real Tokyo, and Nama's currently going on a rampage in a subway line. She's released a bunch of monsters in here who are killing people, and we're not particularly happy with that. So we're gonna try to stop her.
And hey, there's Glaciolabolas again.
We're going to open up with another Pandemonic Beast boosted crit turn and try to get as much damage out as possible. Now, she will open up again with Capitulate to Pleasure and charm our entire party. MC doesn't have Null Charm anymore. Oh, it actually missed Obarian. That's fairly rare.
That is rare, yeah.
It helps us. Makes our things a bit better. We can use the Patra Conga line strategy again.
We can take this fight pretty slowly. We just need to stall until we get our second Makatsui turn.
Yeah. As soon as we get our second turn, they're both dead.
And there we go, we should win this turn. We got a very bad miss, actually.
You didn't switch Mermaid back in?
That is true, I did not do that.
That's a... Oh, should be
let's
fine.
see.
Dark Dancer?
Yeah, I did not do that, actually, yeah. That's a bit unfortunate.
Totally winnable.
I think so, yeah. Except this turn, I think she will do the stupid training move. Oh no, that's the... okay.
A bit late, I think.
Yeah. You're right. Can I...
Should be able to just kill here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
not very clean. I completely forgot to switch in Mermaid. With Mermaid, we would have finished on the crit turn, but luckily that was fine.
Once Glaciolabos is dead, Nama herself is not that threatening.
One thing that makes fighting Nama a little bit annoying is her innate, which gives her a huge boost in evasion.
Yeah.
So
that's
if you don't,
we throw that Secunda on turn
one.
Turn one, yeah.
Also, I completely forgot to give the Vitality Insist
for Beast Eye. So Beast Eye is a passive skill that increases accuracy. Normally we'll throw a Grimoire on Bicorn so he gets it for that fight, but well, we didn't need it.
Well, Obarion could have died if he got hit, but luckily that didn't happen either. That's another dialogue.
Actually, yeah.
That's another dialogue for Chaos. But yeah, definitely making some forgetting some stuff here.
That's okay. You can blame me for distracting you.
No, that's fine. It's my own mistake. Oh, light shards as well, yeah.
Got a couple of those. Normally you have like almost zero money at this point, so still having 2k is kind of great.
Yeah, I didn't even sell the lavish demon box.
Yeah.
This is another chaos alignment choice. But
So the other demon that broke into Tokyo with Nama is this tentacle monster, Lamu. So what Lamu intends to do is he's trying to become a Nahabino like us. So in order to do that, he needs to find the human who has what's called his knowledge. And he's managed to find Sahori here, who has his knowledge. She's the girl who was being bullied. So yeah, that's what we just witnessed there.
And the reason for why humans are the key to the demon's knowledge to become Nahobino is that the creator god stripped away demons of their godhood. So they used to be gods, but they are now demons because the creator god stripped away their knowledge and redistributed that into humans. So now, to become a Nahobino, you need a fusion of a demon and a human. I should have... Well, that should be okay.
Yeah. These fights here are not super threatening.
Rakshasa is surprisingly strong with Venom Chaser. It's a 160 power move that can crit. It can almost one-shot MC with a crit. That is like surprisingly strong at this point in the game. It's as strong as tier 2 magic skills that no other demon has at this point. But yeah, these fights are not too threatening.
Mm-hmm.
So here we meet Yuzuru and her... Oh, damn it. I meant to the wrong way. This fight is the scariest one of the school fights.
Yeah, so a lot of cutscenes in this game, you can move during the black screen as the game is fading in. So we try to move forward, but sometimes if it starts you at a weird angle or with a weird camera angle, it can be hard to find where you're going in the dark.
Yeah, I see the chat conversation about the audio for the stream, but I think everything should be fine. It's fine, okay. That's good enough for me. So we have one more fight, and the funny thing about the next fight is that the fight was ridiculously difficult in vanilla. So they nerfed it for CoV. This fight used to be 2 Shikiojis and a Mananagle. And they used to go first and could one-shot you turn 1.
Yeah.
That fight is still the same in COC, but in the CoV they decided to make the fight a little bit easier for us. I need to play this a bit. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you're fine. This is another fight it's pretty hard to die to, unlike the COC fight.
Right, and next we'll fight Lamu, who is the demon that Sahori was talking with before, or more like Lamu was talking to Sahori. Sahori didn't really reciprocate.
Lamu was giving his villain monologue.
Yeah, basically.
So now we're going to go up here and we're going to have to fight Lamu and try to save Sahori. This fight is not really that bad, but it can go wrong. So for the start of the fight, you need to destroy Lamu's tentacles, which is there 5 or 6 of them? I can't quite remember the exact number.
I believe there's 6, but I'm not actually sure.
Really. Yeah. But in order to deal with that many different targets, we need to use multi-target skills. And the one downside to multi-target stuff is each individual hit has a chance to miss, and if it only needs 1 to miss for you to lose 2 press turns. And also Lamu likes to use this skill that afflicts this ailment called, I think it's called Mud, which every time character with it gets a turn, you lose an extra turn. So okay, curing the Mud that quickly is pretty good. You can't cure it on its own, you just have to wait for it to wear off.
I'm gonna play safe and heal MC here just in case, because he got hit with the Mud.
Idea. So Lamu's second turn there, he will always use Ice, but after that he can use either Dark or Ice.
And I would have died if I didn't heal, so good call.
Yeah, so healing was absolutely the correct play there. But once you've cleared out the tentacles, the main body doesn't have that much HP, so you can generally just crit turn and brush it down. And, oh, so Hori dies in that cutscene, and technically so does Tao, but Tao can revive herself.
Yeah, Tao's quirk is that she dies a lot and comes back a lot.
Yeah. But Sahori stays dead. Rip. And so does Lamu. Lamu dies as well. It's worth mentioning that, because in the Canon of Creation plot, Lamu and Sahori play a much larger role in this second area, but in Canon of Vengeance, they just die off right at the start.
So we arrived to Shinagawa, and now there's red sand instead of brown sand. We are a bit under-leveled, since we just got to a new area where everything is sort of higher level than us. So we're gonna do a quick Mitama run to catch up on EXP.
Yeah. One thing to note about Mitamas is, while they look the same in every area, each new area they gain a bunch of levels, and therefore give you a lot more experience. Oh, that's so frustrating. One miss you can usually get away with here, but 2 misses is rip.
Should have had a Mitama miss counter on the screen somewhere. Right, let's do that again. One thing to mention specifically for missing Mitamas is that the stats gains... Oh wait, I don't even have... Oops.
Yeah, no,
that's fine. That's actually that.
That's often how this happens.
Yeah. So worth mentioning is the human party member stat distribution is completely random, and the stats carry over through each new area. So in worst case scenario, we get Yoko with very low magic or very low accuracy, and killing Mitamas becomes significantly more tedious.
Yeah, it's a bigger deal in Area 3 because you're relying pretty heavily on Yoko, because Yoko just has 3 of the 6 possible magic skills, so 50% of the time the Mitama will be weak to something she can do. But yeah, if her stat growth just ends up not being that great, you can get into some annoying situations.
Oh, I messed up the giant parkour. Let's try that again. He notices me, but maybe we can still get it.
Fine. Again, as long as you slash an enemy in the back. Mitamas are really easy to do this for because they always run from you, so you can easily slash them in the back. Oh my god.
I'm getting kinda... Okay.
Okay, yeah. There's a reason why we give F-Star as Zan. That's exactly what it's for.
So here is another husk that we will pick up. It has a unique skill Sakanagi, which is a very strong physical almighty skill, but we will not be using it in this run. We pick up the essence for Life Spring, which we will use later.
Yeah. We're not far off when we're going to switch into a magic build. So a new addition to Vengeance is these items called... Oh crap, what are they called?
New Testament Tablet.
New Testament Tablet, thank you. What they do is they allow you to completely respec your main character's stats. So you use them on him and you basically get refunded all of the stat points that you used, and you can put them somewhere else. So that makes pivoting your builds into something else really viable in this game. So we're going to take advantage of that. We're gonna read as soon as we get access to the random target magic skills. We no longer have to rely on Scratch Dance to exploit Pandemonic Feast, so magic becomes better.
The fun thing about this plot trigger is if you jump on the rock or close to the rock, you can trigger this way earlier than if you just walk.
Yeah, the cutscene trigger like juts out above that rock for some reason.
And we go here to pick up another husk, which is arguably one of the strongest Aogami husks in the entire game. It has a skill called Inflaming Divinity, which boosts one's allies' stats to maximum, so they get 2 Tarukachas, 2 Tsukukachas, and 2 Rakukachas on one character. It's also the earliest source of boon boost by a lot, and boon boost makes your buffs and debuffs last for 1 turn longer than they normally would.
Yeah,
so,
it's an incredibly strong essence for support specifically, which we're not on a support build right now, so we won't actually use it until quite a bit of the ways through Area 3. But once we get to that point, it's incredibly good.
Boon Boost specifically is very interesting to get this early because the first demon to learn that is Mushuvu at level 38, I think. So the fact that we can already get that in Area 2 is very strong.
Mushibu herself starts at level 38, but she doesn't learn Boon Boost until I think 41 even, so...
Right, that sounds accurate, yeah. This is the final Mitama that we'll do for the small Mitama hunt.
One more Sahi.
Another Force. I'm not particularly a fan of that, but fine.
Yeah, Force is an annoying thing to get here because we only have one source of actual force damage, and it's not strong enough to one-hit, so we have to use an item.
We meet Dasai here, and he tells us about a situation where a student has been kidnapped by demons, but since it's a side quest that doesn't actually give you anything useful, we don't really care about the kidnapped student. But spoiler alert, the student is already dead anyway, so...
Yeah.
Not very helpful. Pick up some Lifestone chains here and a Incubus Essence. Incubus Essence is very strong because of the affinity to Null Charm. We will make use of that for one specific fight later on. And the Lifestone chains... Sorry, go ahead.
We've mentioned Null Charm quite a bit with the Kadishtu as the main villains, and you can kind of see their design. They like to use Charm quite a bit.
And the Lifestone chains are very useful for a side quest that we need to do. So it's very, they're on the way, and they're very useful for the run. And we meet Abdiel again, but for the stream it's the first time because we skipped the earlier cutscene.
Yeah, Abdiel is the leader of Bethel. Yeah, I think she's the leader of Bethel. She's a god simp. Yeah, basically she's the law representative of the game.
And we mentioned earlier that Nahobino are formed from basically the matrimony of a human and a demon, a fusion with the human's knowledge and the demon's godhood, basically. So Dasai is Abdiel's knowledge, but Dasai doesn't know that at this point himself.
And one rather interesting plot point is, at this point, Nahabinos are not supposed to be allowed to exist. God is supposed to forbid them from existing. So the fact that we exist kind of pisses Abdiel off because it's used as evidence that God is losing control of the world. So she's kind of sort of hostile to us, even though we're on the same side as of right now.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. But this is a side quest we mentioned earlier. Yusuru's partner Hayataro got very tired because Yusuru is a very bad demon summoner and drove him to the ground, basically. So we heal him up and we get 5 force gems as a reward, which we will be needing for the next boss fight. So it's very convenient to get them right before it. Pick up the Jack Frost Essence here and do some fusions.
So now we need to get ready for the next boss. Again, a difference between normal and here is Beef's normal road route does an extra side quest here to get Lilim. John and I agree that we don't think that's worth it. So we use a different strategy for the next couple of bosses that tries to take advantage of Pandemonic Feast. The next boss is weak to force, and we just barely have access to Wind Breath on Feng Huang here. So what we're going to do is we're going to fuse Feng Huang, then fuse him into a Fortuna and pass Wind Breath. Then we're going to fuse Feng Huang again, so we have 2 sources of Wind Breath in order to take advantage of Pandemonic here. And MC still has Scratch Dance and Charge, which also help with take advantage of Pandemonic. And so we're going to use that as our damage source for the next boss.
We'll get
instead
some free,
of relying on Lilim.
Free damage points here as well, just to do that little bit extra damage on the fight, because damage is pretty close in this one.
Yeah, so the next boss has some really strong physical skills and is really dangerous. But right in front of the fight here is a partner spot that has 2 physical dampeners in it. So we have effectively 3 turns of free reign to do whatever we want, because she will always crash into the dampers. This is Isaac. She's the second member of the Kaddish 2 that we're going to see here. And yeah, so she relies mainly on physical as well as poison damage. So we're going to start by setting up here. I'm going to set up a Secunda to try to avoid missing, and set up Charge on MC. And then we're going to go all in here. But we want to see as many 4 hits as possible here. There's a 4 hit. There's another 4 hit, so that's good. Oh, that's some good damage.
Oh
there.
yeah.
Oh, and
We are
okay,
yeah.
We should be fine. So even if we can't kill this turn, her next turn she will always use Pierce Armor and follow it up with Toxic Cloud. Unless she crits that Pierce Armor, we should be fine.
Yeah, the Pierce Armor is arranged to kill MC with a crit.
And it can definitely... If she kills someone else with it, that's not a big deal. We should still be able to finish.
You know what? I'm just gonna guard. There's no reason not to.
Your head. Yeah. Okay, that's totally fine. So Yoko's gonna die here. Who cares about that? We should be able to finish here with no miss, and she's still double secunded. Nice. That's about as good as you can ask for with that fight.
Yeah. Usually you would want to deal damage with MC as well, but we got so many good Pandemonic Feast hits that I can just guard safely.
Yeah. So remember I said earlier when describing Pandemonic Feast that on a single target, 4 hits is more likely than any other outcome because of the weird way Atlas decided to do the math. So while getting that many 4 hits is still rare, it's not as rare as you might think it is.
Alright, so now we are going to look... Oh, we should probably mention that Miyasu is one of the students that got captured and taken here. And we are trying to find her, as save other students on the way as well. And
I
again...
guess we didn't even say that during the attack on the school there, the demons did kidnap a bunch of students and bring them into that. Or did you say that?
No, I don't think so. I think we glanced over that little detail. But yeah, that's what's going on.
Actually, our goal right here is to try to rescue them. That's why we're here.
Oh yeah, and worth mentioning is that in the earlier fight against Nama and Glacia Labolas, Nama escaped, but we actually managed to kill the Beast of Bloodshed, Glacia Labolas, so he will not be appearing in the game anymore. He's dead. Right, pick up the Force Sutra here for later.
Yeah, so a Sutra is an item that you can use on a demon to increase their affinity for a particular damage type. One restriction is that the demon must already have positive affinity for that damage type, so you need at least +1 in order to use Sutras on them. So you can't just have one demon with maxed out affinity for everything, which wouldn't really be relevant for us anyway, because sutras are super rare. We really don't get that many of them. There's another Kushimitama. So another gospel. There's more gospels.
Now Algami finds a signal of a possible student, so we're gonna make our way over there. It's a little bit of ways away, but we'll make a nice, relaxing trek through the Mothman territory here.
Kind of every time you defeat a major boss in this game, you'll be opened up to another large area to explore.
Yeah.
So
I think the game does a very good job of that. It's basically like a it's kind of like a linear, but you get to explore as well.
yeah, it's a linear game with a strong exploration element, in that they give you, like, in my opinion, perfectly sized areas to explore, and then funnel you down into a major boss fight, and then give you another, like, sort of perfectly sized area to explore.
And we are... Oh, this glowing Mothman. I need to...
Glowing, scary Mothman.
Yeah, alright. Admire him for a bit. And we're gonna do some janky parkour here to get the Siren Up Essence.
Yeah, it's not clear whether they intended you to be able to climb the tower this way, because you can also jump down on it from above, but doing that is a lot faster in our route. And you've already got full bar, that's good. You don't need to pick up the extra orbs.
You can actually just fight if you use an extra fist dampener without picking up the full bar.
Yeah,
that's also fine as a backup.
To do that. I'd much rather just grab the extra orbs.
Yeah, but sometimes I think I've had a situation where I wasn't able to. Oh, it's New Moon. So there's a fuse and accident chance on full and new. There's like it's higher on new and full, so I don't want to fuse my demons on New Moon. So I'm just gonna walk around for a bit.
Yeah, you want to avoid doing fusions on new and full. If you're only doing like 1 or 2, you can probably get away with it, but for the sake of running around for 10 seconds, you just don't get rid of that risk.
Buy all the dampeners and stock up on some shards as well.
At this point, dampeners are pretty cheap. So dampeners, obviously they're very powerful, but they do have one restriction in that you can only hold 3 of them at any given time. So during a boss fight, you can't just spam them every turn. But they are very cheap, so there's really no reason not to just buy a full set of all of them now that we have money. So now we're going to fuse Inagami. Inagami's got a pretty good innate. Whatever party member goes after Inagami gets a 20% damage boost. So it's kind of just free damage if you stick him in your party. We won't use him right now because he doesn't really fit into our build, but we will use him a bit later. We're also going to fuse Jack Frost.
Did I remember to register Mermaid? I did not. Does that really matter? It does.
Yeah, I think so, because you need the debuffs. You did save before the fusions, right?
Yeah, I did save.
Okay, that's not the end of the world then.
Bit of a mistake by me. I need to keep Sukunda and Rakunda on her.
Yeah, we definitely use those. So Jack Frost is just a fairly strong demon. He starts with Ice Breath, which is a random hit skill and therefore can be used with Pandemonic. You can see that we're kind of centering our whole strategy really around Pandemonic Feast. It's that strong, to be honest. And if you're gonna use it at all, you kind of want to go all in with it. We also do sort of want Jack Frost specifically. We need a source of Drain Ice for one of the boss fights later. And Jack Frost just covers that as well.
Did I do the same mistake again? Surely not, right? I don't know what's going on.
That's okay.
Okay, just... Yeah.
It's not costing that much time.
No, it's just a silly thing to do. Alright, this time for sure I'm gonna register Mermaid.
Just do it right at the start.
Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. There we go.
We're also going to fuse Poltergeist. Poltergeist starts with Shockbound, which is a random hit elect skill. We really want those random hit skills. They're really good. They also just have high base damage. They were, back in vanilla, random hit skills were really strong. They were basically the highest damage you could get at their tier, even on single targets. And I guess Atlas decided that wasn't enough, and so they buffed them in this game. Which is, I mean, okay. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Like, for example, Shockbound, if you get 2 hits, which is the minimum possible number of hits, has a base damage of 200, and a skill like Ruinous Thunder, which says it's heavy damage, and you would expect it's a Nahabino unique skill that you expect is really strong, has a damage of 200. So even in the worst case scenario, Shockbound has the same strength as Ruinous Thunder. So if you add in Pandemonic Feast or use it in a multi-target situation, Shockbound is just straight up better than even something like Ruinous Thunder. And that logic kind of just applies to all the random hit skills. They're just really strong. So here's where we're going to respec into Magic, and we also gave MC Shockbound off the Minakata Essence. So this next boss here, this is Fion. Fion McCool.
Yeah,
he's got a very Gaelic spelling of his name. We like to make fun of this guy's name.
The way this fight works is that he has 2 thresholds where he will charge Magatsui. So we're gonna abuse that with pushing as much damage as we can.
Yeah. This is one of those fights that was in vanilla and really wasn't... It was actually really hard in vanilla. He's pretty strong. And then they didn't really rebalance him that much for this game, so he's kind of just not very hard.
So here he charges because he took enough damage, yeah. And we fire dampener.
There is one thing about I neglected to mention about Pandemonic Feast is that when it's active, you also get a massive accuracy boost. It's like 25% accuracy or something like that, which it's more than Dragon Eye and Beast Eye combined. So Pandemonic Feast is one of the ways that you can get to that 100% accuracy. It's extremely rare to see you miss a Pandemonic Feast boosted attack. Just in case it wasn't a good enough skill already.
And a second crit turn to finish the fight.
Yeah, you can see this guy really doesn't stand much of a chance. Yeah,
he can only do a basic attack twice and charge because of how much damage he's taking in this fight. And the reason we fought Finn McCool is that he mistook us for a hostile demon because we were escorting 2 students. So he wanted to save Yoko and Tao even though they are actually our friends.
Yeah.
A bit of a misunderstanding. He tells us about Fairy Village, which is area where a lot of students are taking shelter who came to Dot. This area is called Dot, by the way, or the Netherworld. So we're gonna make our way over there.
Yeah. The fairies are friendly demons, and they've managed to rescue some of the students and are sheltering them in Fairy Village, and so that's where we're going to go next to see if Miyazu's there, or also see if we can help in any way. Any DDS2 enjoyers as a Kumbanda that chases you around in this area?
Another thing,
it doesn't chase you that far.
I think that's a good thing. Another thing to be careful of is the shark poltergeist that sometimes pops up through the floor. Because Poltergeist is a ghost and he can fly through floors, and if you touch his head while he's peeking through the floor, you're gonna get an encounter.
Yeah, I'm sure it was intentional. Like, oh, Poltergeist is a ghost, so him being able to partially clip through floors makes sense. It's not a mistake, it's a feature.
Right, and now we'll go to Fairy Village.
Yeah, after that cutscene, you have just barely enough time before those, the Eligor and the Barreths activate and aggro you, that you can just run through them.
I'm gonna make a safety save just in case. I usually don't get hit by anything here, but just in case, so we don't have to fight Finn again.
Yeah, that's a good call. This path is pretty narrow, and these enemies have, like, random starting positions and random facing angles, so they can block you sometimes.
Yeah, that was, they actually had pretty bad spawns there, but I was able to sneak by anyway.
Through them.
And we get to collect a lot of Makatsui orbs.
Yep.
And if you jump here, you get a funny little dialogue with Koropokur, and he gives you a revival beat, but we really don't need to do that in a speedrun, so...
It's just a waste of time.
So now we are arriving into the fairy village. Yuzuru came here ahead of us already.
Yeah. So when we get here, we're going to ask if Miyazu is here, and we're going to be told no, she's not. So Yuzuru is going to go and, again, go back to where we were and try to find her. We're going to go and talk to the Fairy King and Queen Oberon and Titania, and we're going to ask if there's anything we can do to help out in this area. They're going to tell us that a bunch of the students that they rescued are injured and need medicine. And in order for them to make that medicine, they need some golden apples from the goddess Idun. So they send us off to go and find her and get those golden apples. So we get this little kind of fetch quest, which is kind of nice because it's just an excuse to go further into this area and pick up the stuff, because there's quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, like this Ice Sutra, for example, that raises a demon's ice affinity by 1.
Yeah.
And we got a Pyrojack as our navigator now. We didn't have a navigator because Amanosako left us during the train section, but now we have a navigator again.
Yeah. And the different navigators do technically have differences beyond just being cosmetic, but they only affect the random partner spots you can find, which we're not picking any of those up. So for us, all of the navigators are functionally the same.
And we found Idun, who tells us that Loki ran off with her apples. And she also mentions that Loki might have dropped some of the apples on the ground, so we are going to go and pick them up. Or look for them anyway, but first we need to do the side quest. The most important side quest in the game.
Yeah. This side quest is very important as it's going to give us access to a Magasui skill that breaks the late game in half. It's called Strategize. What it does is when you activate it, passing or summoning demons are free actions. Normally those are half actions, but it makes them completely free actions, which doesn't actually sound that powerful, but there's some stuff you can do with it that's comically broken. We'll see that in the late game. But for now, this quest is pretty simple. Just go around and talk to a bunch of these NPCs and then try to figure out who stole the, what is it?
Apple.
Apple. Is it an apple? No, I thought it would...
It is an apple.
Oh, it's an apple. Okay.
I think so. I think it's an apple.
Maybe they think it's because it's the glory crystal that they
right.
Maybe
That's the yeah, but yeah, that's right. It's a glory crystal, I believe, and the glory crystal is I think it's called an amalgam. It's a reference to apples in Garden of Eden.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so now we are going to dive bomb these Jack brothers. So
It's a very important part of the route. Pyrojack is the culprit.
Yeah, and after Pixie gets the apple or glory apple or whatever it's called, she gives it to us because I believe she doesn't know what to actually do with it.
Yeah, they think they can eat it, and they try to take a bite out of it. And like, man, this thing's hard as a rock.
And the thing about this glory apple is that it's actually a lot stronger than other glory apples in this area. That gives us 100 glory, while another glory apple in this area would give us only 60. So it's equivalent to a late game glory apple in area 4 because they increase in glory the further you get into the game.
It's a nice bonus. We would still do that quest if it didn't give that to you, but getting an extra 100 glories, it's pretty good.
It allows us to skip some other glory stuff in the game, so it is pretty good. Now we'll go collect the apples. This is a Parvati essence, but we can't. Well, we can pick it up, but we don't have any use for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, all those chests that are completely free on our route, I always try to find some use for the essence they give, but I could not find a single use for that Parvati essence in our route. It doesn't do anything.
That has Bufula and Bowl of Hygeia, but like we don't really need that.
No.
On paper, Bufula and Bowl of Hygeia are like decent skills, but not strong enough to justify picking it up or using it. But yeah, now we are just searching the apples that Loki dropped. And there is one more. Oh.
We don't have to fight any enemies in this area. We don't need experience. We don't really need to fight any normal enemies in this run, like, at all, to be honest.
Yeah, the any percent route is very minimal on the optional stuff that you have to do, which was not the case in Vanilla. We had to do quite a bit of, like, optional stuff in that game.
One other very large change they made from Vanilla to Vengeance is they reduced the overall level scaling by a considerable amount, so you can get a lot more done at lower level, which significantly reduces the amount of side content that you actually have to do in order to beat the main bosses, which sort of it has the effect in the speedrun of both making things way faster and generally easier too.
Alright, I got a random Nekoshogun essence, so if I remember, I can skip buying one Chutun Shi essence later. Okay. Saves 3k. But
put some things into perspective here. 2 years ago, I did a vanilla SMT 5 run at the last SMT Marathon. That run was about 8.5 hours long. I promise you this one will be a lot faster than that.
So we got a signal, I believe, that we might know where Miyazu is, so we're gonna go look for her. So we're going to Shinagawa Station.
Yeah. So the next boss fight here, we like to meme on pretty hard because it's kind of a joke. The way the fight is intended to work is it ambushes you. There's a main boss and then a summoned ad. They ambush you, and the summoned demon uses a taunt skill, and it's a really, really powerful taunt skill that makes the main boss completely untargetable. And so what you're supposed to have to do is kill the summoned demon, then you get a bit of time to attack the main boss. The main boss will revive that summoned demon. It'll cast taunt again, and you'll kind of have to chunk through that demon many, many times. Which, if you do it that way, actually makes the fight really hard. But what breaks this fight completely is if you have Drain Ice in your party, because he always throws an Ice Shard, and if you drain that Ice Shard, then Hayataro here doesn't get to use taunt, and so you can just attack Yuzuru directly, and then the next turn Yuzuru will always throw a light shard first, and conveniently there's a magic mirror right nearby, so you can just reflect that light shard, and again, Hayataro doesn't get to use taunt. And because you're supposed to be chunking through Hayataro, Yuzuru doesn't have that much HP. And again, the third turn he throws another Ice Shard, which Jack Frost drains. So basically, we're just completely ignoring how this fight is supposed to work and just bursting down Yuzuru.
And what is interesting about that is that the magic mirror that we picked up just outside of the fight didn't exist in vanilla.
Yeah,
so that kind of leads us to believe that Atlas kind of wanted this to be a thing in the game. It all fits too perfectly. The Ice Shard turn 1 is... Ice is the only element we can drain at this point.
Yeah. There's no way Atlas didn't intend for you to do that, because, like John said, you need it to drain or reflect the... because they get 4 turns, so you need a drain or reflect. The only drain or reflect you have access to this low level is Ice. And then, of course, you need something for light, and they give you exactly 1 magic mirror to do specifically that. And
anyway,
yeah, if you're on a lower difficulty, or if you just use a crit turn, probably in our higher level, you can 1-turn that fight pretty consistently. We don't do it there because we don't want to waste our bar, and we're too low level, so we just 3-turn it. Right.
So back to the plot of the game. We rescued Miyazu with the help of a mysterious green demon. It's worth noting that Miyazu has been telling us in the school section earlier about a prince who rides a boat on the sky or something, if I remember correctly.
Rides a boat carrying the moon across the sky or something like that.
Yeah. So that demon that she was talking about actually helps us save her from Aishet. And we go back to the fairy village after Pyrojack asks us for help, and we see that the entirety of fairy village, all of the inhabitants have been turned to salt. And now we are looking for clues related to that, and we hear about a large crow and a mysterious fortune teller called Agra. And we're going to do some more research, and we'll go to the train station to look for more information about it. And the station attendant kind of just tells us the same thing that we heard from the other students at the temple. So we'll go back to... I don't think this is the wrong way, actually. Doesn't really matter, but... yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, basically what they tell us is people around Tokyo have been turning into salt. And it seems to be related to this large crow that's seen in the area. That's about what we know at this point. So we send Hayataro off to try to find this crow and then go to bed.
And just by going to the temple and the station, we get a large influx of EXP.
And 6k Maka, which is pretty nice.
Even though we really didn't do much. We can fast travel to our dorm room and go to bed. Yoko and Tao leave the party now, but they'll shortly join back as higher level versions of themselves with new skills. Yeah. Basically just a upgraded version for Area 3.
Yeah, that's kind of the way they handled giving the guest characters new skills, is when they leave your party, they rejoin at higher level and with basically a new kit. We actually deliberately delayed doing some stuff in Area 2 until now, so that way we can have the Yoko and Tao be stronger for it.
Hayataro told us about the finding something in Shinjuku area relating to the large crow. So now we are going to investigate the salt incidents in Dart's version of Shinjuku. There is a portal here that has been opened. And yeah, we'll warp to Shinjuku in Dart.
Yeah, Shinjuku is the new area added for the Cannon of Vengeance route. It's quite a bit larger and more expansive than all of the other areas. It's got some cool design elements. There's some things I don't really like about it, but some stuff is cool.
So now we got to Area 3, and the first thing we'll do is go back to Area 2.
Yeah. Because now that we have stronger Yoko and Tao, there's 2 more fights we want to do in this area that they help for.
So we'll do a couple of abscesses here because they give very good miracles that we will... Oh, that's not good.
Correct.
Yeah, I might be dead here. I shouldn't have gone for that. I'll just reload real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, with a death, it's probably honestly faster to just reload and walk back there.
Okay, I'm just going to do it the way I usually do it. I'll just usually do it like this. I shouldn't have tried that.
Alright.
Oh, whatever.
So here you're gonna see the first use of strategize. So like I said, strategize allows you to pass for free. So we're gonna use it for here is Tao has Mahama Own. So we're basically just gonna pass a ton of turns to her, and she can do a ton of damage. Dump her whole MP pool, and then we can just finish them off with a couple of light shards. So that's why we didn't want to use a crit turn on Yuzuru, so we can do that and easily one-turn this Abscess instead. And there's one more Abscess we wanted. So that Abscess gives Art of Essences 2, which allows you to access more skills off of Essences, which is pretty important. And this next one we're going to do is another skill slot one, so it gives us access to 6 skill slots.
We also get Dark Mastery 2 from the Baphomet Abscess, which is not as important.
Actually, no, we don't use Light Masteries anymore, sorry.
No, we don't, but Dark Mastery is pretty useful, but it's more of a side note.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we would do that Abscess just for Dark Mastery.
No, I don't think
so. Find another way to handle the powers.
I don't think so either, but we get Turbo Granny's Essence and... another new Testament tablet to respec later, and we picked up also 3 Soma droplets.
Yeah, the 3 Soma droplets there are pretty darn nice.
So that area has a really good haul to pick up stuff from.
We do need some NP recovery throughout Area 3, so we'll make use of those.
And this is the other abscess that we need to do.
Yeah.
This has Divine and Demon proficiencies, so...
So this guy's weak to elect, so Zeodyne Yoko is pretty helpful here.
Yeah, this is usually how the fight goes.
Nice.
That fight can be a little bit scary if you get unlucky, but usually it's pretty free.
Yeah, if he decides to crit you with physical attacks, then he could potentially kill Fortuna, which would mean you wouldn't be able to 2-turn. But usually it's fine.
Ice Breast, Ice Block.
So now we'll start up Area 3. So basically what we're looking for in Area 3 is we're trying to find who's turning people into salt, as well as investigate this supposed Black Crow. So the first thing that's gonna happen is when we get into Area 3 is we're gonna immediately be ambushed by angels, which doesn't really make any sense because we're supposed to be on the angels' side. So we're very confused about this, and we suspect there's something fishy going on.
I forgot to buy Bicorn Essence, so I'm just doing it now. Okay.
So now that we have Art of Essences 2, we can get Beast Eye off of Bicorn's Essence, which means we can just buy a source of Beast Eye for pretty darn cheap. And like I said, Beast Eye increases accuracy, which is really good in this game. So we will buy Bicorn's Essence a bunch. The one unfortunate thing about this next section is, so Loa is really good for this section. What he does is his innate skill makes instant kills and status effects much more likely, which is really good because we're about to fight things that are weak to dark and therefore vulnerable to instant kills. But fusing Loa is kind of a pain, and he would only give value for like this fight and the next one. And so it's kind of better to just, like this one, it's not even a problem because you can just one-turn it with, you have enough damage. The next one is actually somewhat a dangerous fight. We kind of just have to hope to get lucky. Thankfully, if you just save in front of it, you can reset really quickly if you die.
Yeah, save everywhere kind of allows us to go for these riskier strats because you don't really lose that much time if you end up dying. So we wanna advance to this area, but we find some cherubs blocking the way.
Yeah.
They're pretty strong demons, so we can't access that yet.
Yeah, well, the game doesn't even let us. If the game actually let us just fight those cherubs and skip this whole section, that would be kind of interesting from a routing perspective, because there probably would be some way to beat them.
We open up the Magatsu rail for later on the next to the fountain, and then we'll explore the other areas of this very large Shinjuku.
Yeah. Although I guess Evergreen Dance is down this way, so you wouldn't get that, which would suck pretty bad.
Yeah, that's... I don't know how it would work. Maybe we could figure something out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So this fight, you just kind of turn on auto and YOLO it and hope for the best.
I'm not getting the instant kill. Oh, there we go.
One instant kill. Easy, no problem.
It was a bit scary.
As long as you kind of get one instant kill, you're usually good.
Yeah, the scary thing was they charge, so I was planning on throwing out a light dampener because they can use White Draco Strike or a physical skill. But, I mean, maybe physical dampener would have been better, but luckily I didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
We'll pick up a Battle Sutra here. It increases demons' physical affinity. Kind of important for later. There's a Belphegor essence here, but we don't have a use for it, even though it's right on the way.
Yeah. That's another one that it really feels like we should have some use for. That thing's got Mama Dune on it, which is really good, but by the time we could actually use it, we have a better option. Belphegor also has what are usually really, really good resistances, but again, they're just not useful for any fight that we actually have to do in this area.
Pick up some money. That's 15k. That's actually a very sizable amount. And then we'll run past this totally normal...
Yeah, the demon doesn't look like anything. Don't worry about it.
With no particular distinguishing features.
One problem with playing this game in Japanese, you don't get to hear the Dormarth English.
No, but the Japanese voices are pretty good too. Mate. But yeah, the English dub is more funny. But
Wait up.
yeah. So, since this is a new area, we are only level 31 at this point. For reference, the next actual boss we have to fight is over level 40, so we do need to do a little bit of catching up, and again we'll do a small Mitama run.
Yeah. Fighting Mitamas is generally good. It doesn't take that long, and it gives you some pretty good items as well as reasonable experience. Mitamas were heavily nerfed in this game relative to how they were. Oh, that didn't even kill.
That's
okay, I expected that to kill.
Maybe Yoko has low magic that usually
magic,
kills.
Yeah. And they also give you, pretty useful items like grimoires and stuff like that are all good and nice to have.
Oh,
rip.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of collecting. We get Nagaraja essence here, which is very strong.
Yeah, Nagaraja had some great stuff on it.
And some grimoires as well for the late game.
Yeah, I think 2. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Why put 2 in one chest when you have 2 chests with 1?
Exactly. And the Mitama partner spots work differently in this area, so these are actually random. They are guaranteed to be a Mitama, but it can change. We don't know which Mitama is in each partner spot.
Yeah.
That's fine, because we're mainly doing this for EXP anyway. So that doesn't matter.
One we just got, the Nigi Mitama, is definitely the worst one to get. The extra glory it gives you doesn't matter at all.
Kusi is the best, and I would say in this situation, Saki would actually be good. But Ara Mitama is also good, like fine.
Yeah.
Nigi doesn't
really
do anything.
Of the ones. Kusi is obviously the best, then Ara and Saki are about the same, and then Nigi is definitely the worst.
Oh, I guess we didn't really talk about Yakumo at all.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't. So, Yakumo is Nua's knowledge, so they are a Nahabino pair. What are they trying to do in this game? Right, destroy the throne of creation, which we haven't talked about yet, so
yeah.
I guess that's not relevant, well, right now. At this point.
Yakumo wants to exterminate all the demons, and he thinks that weak humans don't deserve to live. I believe is the rhetoric, and he's a neutral rep, interestingly enough, even though
everyone thinks he's chaos, but he's not. He's technically neutral rep.
Yeah, his rhetoric doesn't really seem like something a neutral rep would support, but yeah, that's what we have.
So we're gonna go over here and talk to a gummy worm. This gummy worm is gonna give us the snake talisman. The snake Magatsui skill is called Dance. Dance is good. We're gonna see Dance a decent amount in this run. It's another skill that has very strong synergy with Pandemonic Feast, because there's lots of stuff that does. And we'll be using the 2 of them together.
This is another annoying spot, but alright. And this is the final power encounter we fight, and this one actually is a horde with lots of follow-ups, but will showcase how good Strategize is.
Yeah. So this game has a mechanic where some encounters can be followed up by other enemies. There's a few interesting things about that. If you use a Magatsui skill, it will actually carry over into the follow-up encounter. So like we use Strategize there, it's still active. So what we're going to do here is basically MC is by far the strongest damage dealer in our party right now, and he's boosted by Inagami. So we're just going to have him do everything. We boosted his accuracy with Masuku Kaja twice to help prevent him from missing. And now we're just going to let him nuke everything. We will have to restore his MP. We'll use one of those Soma droplets we got. So he has enough. We also gave MC a skill called Restore. So every time he strikes a weakness, he gets 10 MP back, which is what really enables this strategy. Otherwise, you'd have to use quite a bit more MP recovery. The other thing to note about follow-up encounters in this game is they give a ton of bonus experience, and this encounter is particularly large. So we're going to get a lot of levels here.
Oh, that's
you can see we got a full 4 level ups. And that's a pretty cool use of strategize, and in my opinion, a very balanced use of strategize. If that's the only thing you can do with strategize, I think it's fine. John disagrees with me. He thinks it's still overpowered.
I disagree, just because MC is going to be always ahead of the curve on demon power, so if you always have Laromas and only use MC, I don't think that's very good. But yeah, there's different opinions on that.
At least in this route, we basically only really use it for that fight, because we're going to have a stronger option soon.
And this one has Evergreen Dance.
Yeah. Evergreen Dance is a really interesting skill. It's another Nahabino unique skill. What it does is it gives you Magatsuki gauge. It's got a restriction in that you can only use it once per turn. Even if MC gets 2 actions, you can't cast it twice. But it gives you about the same amount of bar as Fell Swoop would, so getting hitting an enemy in the back. So about a fifth of the total bar. So it effectively just gives you another way to build up your Magatsuki gauge quickly. And considering how powerful Magatsuki skills are in this game, having another way to build it fast is really good. So we'll be using it quite a bit.
Now we're just making our way through the area that Cherubs were guarding. Also the reason why, well, Nuva and Yakumo kinda told us to make a distraction so the Cherubs would move to help, and that's why we basically nuked the power encounter. So the Cherubs would go and help and abandon their guarding area, so now we can just move here.
Mm-hmm.
There's not that much of things that we need to do here. We're just gonna kind of run through everything for a bit.
Yeah, this is a pretty long run, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll collect some stuff later, but for now we just try to run through this section as fast as possible without getting into any encounters.
Yeah, we're still fairly underleveled. A lot of these enemies are kind of dangerous. So we don't want to let them attack us.
Yeah, there's a Macabre spawn here, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah,
thankfully
these guys...
those ambush spawns are consistently placed, so you just go around them if you know where they are.
Yeah, they are pretty easy to avoid in this area compared to the COC third area. There are some annoying Macabre spawns there.
Run into Nua and Yakumo again here. They tell us... I forget what they tell us, actually.
I kind of forget as well. It's
I think they tell us the location of the Kadishu and give us a bit more on their plan, I think? Maybe?
Maybe, but like at this point we should go to Tokyo, so that's like somehow related to that. I'm not sure.
I think we get called back to Tokyo because
that is true.
Gets taken from the hospital by Kansu. I don't think that's what Yakumo and Nua talked to us about.
No, they didn't. Yeah, you're right. I don't exactly remember this story beat.
But this next area is quite a bit different than what we've been running through so far. It's been fairly open, but now we're going to go into like a downtown area with lots of narrow streets, and a lot of people, including me, didn't like this section casually because navigating it is very frustrating. But once you know where you're going, it's easy. These Orthruses are pretty aggressive and move pretty kind of all over the place. They can definitely catch you.
Yeah, I would say that they are the most annoying enemy to try to dodge in the run. We meet Amanosako here, chased by a Tengu, and then we will never see Amanosako again. She is gone from the main story narrative. If you want to find out more about Amanosako, you have to do the optional story content.
Yeah, or play COC, because she actually shows up in Area 4 there.
Yeah, but you still don't kinda get the full picture of what her deal is, even in COC.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna do a safety save because there's more Orthresses here.
Yeah, these Orthresses are particularly nasty because it's a pretty narrow area and there's a lot of them.
Get some strength incense for later.
Both strength and magic incense are pretty valuable. They so this game splits stat boosting items into two different types, bombs and incenses. Bombs can only be used on the main character, and incenses can only be used on demons. It kind of is trying to get around the problem of, usually when you get stat boosting items, you should always use them on the main character because they'll actually be carried through the whole game that way. I kind of like the system of having two different types. But, so those are incenses we picked up, which are for demons.
Oh, that's nice, Sakimitama.
That's the next one. Don't smoke ball.
Yeah, don't. Okay.
Okay.
We are good. We shouldn't have any money problems then in this run. Well, the only money problem that... It's not even a really problem, but if you don't have enough money, you need to do an extra fusion to save up some cash. But yeah, I can avoid it now because of that Saki. Not a big deal, but it's nice. Open up the Magatsu rail for later, and we're gonna pick up some stuff here and try to avoid this nasty Gurulu that patrols the area. I can actually show you. Yeah, a big bird.
Yeah, thankfully that guy flies pretty high in the air, so usually you just run underneath him.
Yeah, he has very slow attack animation, so you're usually fine just running past him. Alright, and now we will collect a couple of good things. We collect a essence which contains Matarukacha, which is a Tarukacha, but for your entire party, and we will make use of that a lot. So it's good to pick up, and we also get more EXP. We need level 38 to do the fusion that we want, so we need to do one more Mitama here as well. And before that, we'll do some janky parkour. And also we need a Amrita shower, so we'll get that as well.
I think both you and I did that jump in our casual playthroughs to get up to that glory crystal without even realizing it's not intended. The
intended way is like very long and annoying to traverse, so you can actually just jump up from the ledge. I don't think that's intended.
Yeah, I don't think that ledge that you stood on is supposed to be possible because it's got a large like invisible floor section that you can just stand on for some reason.
Yeah. All right, so that gets us 38, which is what we wanted. And now we'll do some more shopping.
Yeah. And we're gonna do quite a few fusions here to set up our next party for the next little bit. Zutanshi's essence has Rakunda on it. Nozuchi's essence has Life Spring on it. Life Spring just boosting your HP. And then another Bicorn essence for another Beast Eye. The ability to buy essences is far more useful in this game than it was in vanilla. They kind of just buffed the essence shop a lot in the sense that one, stuff is generally cheaper, and two, stuff is just generally has better skills on it. So we're gonna fuse Thoth here. Do we use Thoth for any fights anymore? I can't remember.
We do not.
So Thoth is just because he learns Light Pleroma, which will be valuable for a fight later.
Yeah, Light Pleroma is pretty valuable, and it's kind of difficult to get.
Yeah, Light Pleroma boosting light damage. You can't get it off an essence at this point, so we're going to get it from Thoth instead. We're also fusing Voivor. Voivor is a snake. We got the snake talisman earlier, but we need an actual snake demon to use that ability, so Voivor is the easiest one to fuse.
And we can also do a elemental fusion to up-fuse Lilam into Succubus here, and Ice Breath Sekunda Rakunda.
So Succubus has pretty decent value. She's got good ice affinity, which will help for the next boss. And also, she learns a skill called Donum Magisi, which you can kind of view similarly to Concentrate in that it boosts your next magic attack, except it's weaker, but you can use it on party members other than yourself. Normally, Concentrate you can only use on yourself. So what you can do is you can effectively, say, donate a support demon's turn to a demon with stronger damage and give them more damage. So it'll help us later. And it's another skill that's really difficult to get. There is an essence that has it, but it's super slow to get.
And now we'll go back to Tokyo to learn that Miyazu has been kidnapped from the hospital where she was recovering from the iShed incident by Konosu. And I'm trying to think, how did we find out it's Konsu? I think Kosumitsu tells us that it's Konosu, but...
I don't remember. You're told, I don't know if you're told it's Konsu, but you're told where Miyazu got taken by somebody. Somebody figures it out.
Right.
They go to Bethel, Egypt.
Yeah, so Bethel is an organization that has a lot of national branches. So there's Egypt, I believe Africa as well is a thing, and Greece and Japan, obviously.
Yeah,
and
the ones that are
Nordic as well, and probably maybe more, but those are the relevant ones in the story.
Yeah. So this next section, this Miyazu rescue mission, the game gives us a lot of guest characters. We have Tao, Yoko, Yuzuru, and Dazai. You would think that using all of them would be a decent strategy, but it really isn't. Most of them are actually kind of bad for these boss fights. So we will use Dazai in this first one just because he starts with Empowering Cheer, which is a full party defense and agility buff, and just helps us be quite a bit safer for this next section. And we'll also use Yoko, because Yoko is just a good damage dealer, and Isis here is weak to dark, so Yoko can kind of deal some damage.
We gave those 2 ice sutras we picked up to Succubus because she gets decent amount of value for the next 2 fights from them.
Yeah.
We crit turn 1 and go to town.
Yeah, so we also gave Succubus Materu Kaja from that essence we picked up, so she can buff the entire party's attack, which is pretty good. And yeah, Dazai can also throw items, so he can use dampeners. He can also function as our healer because he can use items. Thankfully, Isis always opens with a force skill, so if we pop a force dampener, they'll always lose 2 turns. These Limias like to use dark, so it's a good skill here, and then oh, nice miss. That doesn't matter.
Yep, and then we'll do another fight in this area.
It's not too weird that the side characters are as strong. You don't see it because we're animation skipping, but like both Yuzuru and Dazai are demon summoners. They can summon demons, so it's not surprising that they're, you know, actually able to deal damage. And then Yoko and Tao are both, I forget what exactly, I guess minor deities or something like that. They have magic powers.
Tao is a saint of Bethel, and Yoko went to a school where she learned magic. Saint Marina's High School. We didn't really touch up on that.
Yoko's
That's an interesting story beat that we completely ignored.
Yeah.
Yoko can just use magic, that's the thing. But yeah, Yoko is also a goddess of chaos later, but yeah.
Okay, so Kansu. Kansu's weak to ice. Kansu has some interesting and exploitable AI. So long as... Is it fire first?
Yeah, it's fire first, yeah. Just double checking.
So long as none of your party nulls fire or light, he will fall into a very consistent pattern of fire, then light, then fire, then light. So when you have dampeners, that's really exploitable. And this is also the first instance of dance. Okay, should I describe what dance does? So dance sets any multi-target hits to the maximum number of hits. So for example, Ice Breath hits 2 to 5 times. If you add Pandemonic Feast on top of that for +2, it hits 2 to 7 times, which works with Dance. If you use Dance, it will always hit 7 times. And remember that against a single target, the number of hits that multi-target skills can do is generally capped. However, if you use Dance, that cap is removed. So we're going from hitting 2 to 4 times with Ice Breath to guaranteed hitting 7 times.
But that didn't kill?
Huge. Oh wow, you lived. Okay. So it's a huge boon to your damage.
That has always killed when I've done that. That's the first time ever that doesn't kill.
Get some low damage rolls, I guess.
I know, that's fine. Didn't die anyway.
You didn't die, so... I think at this point MC is weak to fire? I can't remember.
We are... Yes, I'm weak to fire. We are using the... Sudama essence still?
I think so.
Yeah.
So if you had gotten Aggie-dined, that would have been a one-shot.
Definitely.
Yeah. And this is one of those games where if your main character dies, it's game over, no matter what.
Alright, that's the Battle Egypt part of the story. So Konsu actually has good intentions for Miyazu. He wants to keep Miyazu safe, and after we defeat Konsu, we just come to an agreement that Miyazu should stay in with Konsu. So that whole trip was for nothing.
Yeah, we just went and, fought Battle Egypt for no reason.
And it's another Chaos Alignment choice. It's the top option.
Yeah, unfortunately this game, unlike most other games where it's like, okay, Law is the top option, Chaos is the bottom option every time, this time it varies. So we actually had to try to figure out which option is the top option and which option is the Law option, which option is the Chaos option.
It wasn't actually that difficult. I've also heard, like, if you choose always the bottom option, you will end up Chaos anyway. I haven't tried it myself, but for the speedrun purpose, I like to just notate the choices, so if we do mess up something, we can fix it later.
Yeah.
So here we go and summon Mastema.
Yeah, so Kansu gave us some item that we can use to summon Mastema. Mastema is a very trustworthy angel who's got the best intentions for everyone. So we ask him to help us find out why people have been turning into salt, and he very kindly shows us.
Yeah, so that's I got turned into
salt and declaring that he's the one who's been doing it.
And we come to an agreement that Mastema doesn't... The reason why Mastema has been turning people into salt is that the Kadishtu are trying to summon an ancient god of theirs by collecting Makatsui from humans. And now the way to collect Makatsui from humans is to cause them strong emotions of despair, agony, stuff like that. So Mastema's reasoning is, if I turn everyone into salt, they cannot harvest Makatsui from the humans. And so we kind of come to an agreement with Mastema that we'll defeat the Kadishtu so he can stop, like, being an idiot and turning people into salt. Well,
Typical law rep. It's like, okay, the chaos guys are doing bad things. They're using humans to do evil things. So my solution to that problem is just kill all the humans. Because that's completely reasonable.
And he kind of starts his manipulation of Dasai at this point as well. So we'll see where that goes.
And we're level 40 now, so we just hit a massive power spike because we confuse Alice. And Alice, so in vanilla, Alice's unique skill, Die For Me, was pretty strong. Like, it was really useful, and we used it quite a bit in the speedruns. It's probably a little bit stronger than it should be. Like, it's quite a bit stronger than other options at the time, but it's mostly balanced. So in that case, Atlas did what you'd kind of expect them to do, and massively buffed it. They turned it from 2 to 5 hits to 2 to 6 hits, and increased its base power by, not a huge amount, but they increased its base power. So it went from being pretty good to being utterly busted.
Yeah, we tried to figure out the reasoning for that, but there's no reason. We couldn't find anything. But,
yeah, I don't understand.
But yeah, Mastema told us where the Kadishtu have been sighted, and we arrive here only to find a bunch of dead angels and no Nama in sight, which was the main purpose of coming here. We met with Yakumo and Nuba, who told us that the Kadishtu have gone to Tokyo again to try and harvest more Magatsui. So that's where we are supposed to be headed right now, but we are going to take a small detour on the way.
Yeah. So now that we have Alice and her incredibly overpowered dark magic, that opens up the possibility to do a particular side quest quite a bit earlier than you're really intended to be able to do it. So we're gonna go do that and take advantage of it.
Yeah, you did a lot of testing for this specific setup, and then we kind of perfected it together.
When we were routing this game, many times in my chat, when I mentioned that stuff that used to be DLC in vanilla, we were gonna allow for the speedrun now because it's not really DLC anymore. I got many mentions in my chat saying, hey, would Cleopatra be good? And I kept dismissing them outright because I didn't really think the fight was going to be viable to beat. Because Cleopatra just joins you if you can beat her in a fight. That's all you really need to do. You don't need to fuse her, you don't need to do anything. You just beat her, and then you get her. So one day I decided, okay, I'm just going to go and see if I can actually figure out a way to do this. And I did. Let's just say that.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen this Cleopatra fight before, it's gonna be pretty cool to see for the first time. And it's really showcase how strong combining stuff like Concentrate and Donu Magichis with Pandemonic Feast and Dance. You can get really crazy combos going on with that. So this is kind of the extreme showcase of that. We are 20 levels under Cleopatra at this point. She's like level 60.
Is level 61.
Something like, yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get this first try. There's a little bit of volatility in this fight.
Yeah. So open up with Dance first turn. So Cleo can do a few different things. She has multi-hit ice skills, she has single-hit light skills, or she can just punch. So we're gonna do, so we taunt with null light on MC to protect ourselves from that. And we throw up a ice block with Voiver to protect ourselves from the light skills. So now our goal here is to build back up to full bar so we can dance again. We want to very carefully control her HP, because once she goes below a certain amount, she'll start using Frolic. Frolic is reduces your attack and defense by 2 ranks and basically charms your whole party. If she gets to use it, we're super dead. So we have to kill her this turn. So we're going to use Dance, and we're going to dismiss Voiver. What dismissing Voiver does is gives Alice another turn. Alice is concentrated. Look at that damage. Now we're going to Donum Alice. More damage. We'll throw out a Shockbound. And then... got her.
So we just killed Cleopatra in 4 turns while being over 20 levels weaker than her at this point.
Absolutely. And then if you stop her from killing herself there, she just joins you. So now we have a level 61 demon with a very high magic stat in our party. And that's why I say Die For Me went from being a bit too strong to being laughably overpowered.
What did I just... Did I... Huh?
What are you looking for?
I mixed up the... Okay, there we go. I switched up
mixed up your order.
yeah, by accident I clicked something. Okay, McCoy, where's McCoy?
So the reason why we've opted to do this Cleopatra quest is, well, just really because Cleo is really strong. We're going to use her in basically, well, actually, it's not just basically, it is every boss fight for the rest of the game. And some of them, she doesn't do a hell of a lot. Like the next boss fight we're going to do, she doesn't do that much. But some of them, she's really high value. So... she's got Frolic, so we now have a way to reduce defense and attack by 2 levels in 1 action, which is quite strong. Also, she starts with +6 light, which is a lot. In general, the old DLC demons start with some really, really high affinities. So Cleo's +6 light, +5 force, +5 ice, and then she has maxed out support and healing affinities, which we actually won't really use those, but the light, ice, and force we will absolutely use. So now we're gonna fuse... Heitaro's another demon that you normally don't really get access to in vanilla, or in Canon of Creation you also don't really get access to him, because his fusion is just not unlocked. But he has some pretty darn good stuff as well. He's got some good... he's kind of similarly treated like a DLC demon, because he's got a lot of... even though he technically isn't, he's got a lot of really good affinities, as well as he's the lowest level of Enduring Soul. Does this run? No, Konohana Sakuya is banned because she's actual DLC. The way we've decided to deal with DLC is... anything that used to be DLC but isn't anymore, excluding Mitama DLC. The Mitama DLC is outright banned no matter what. But demons like Cleo or Mephisto or Artemis, who used to be DLC but aren't anymore, are allowed. But the ones that are DLC, like Konohana as well as Dagda, are banned.
We'll get this statue to get Messandine on Cleopatra, and more importantly, Light Pleroma for Thoth.
Well, Messandine is the reason we pick up this statue. You wouldn't get it in time for the Dark Block Bros.
Right.
Didn't.
That's true, yeah. Right, and back to Tokyo.
Why are DLC demons banned? It's just been tradition to ban DLC stuff in SMT speedruns, and generally DLC stuff is really overpowered. Konohana is an example of a really overpowered demon. I will say that in SMT 5 in general, most of the DLC stuff, except for the Mitama DLC, is actually not really that overpowered. Like, Konohana is strong, but she's not, like, game-breakingly strong. But it's just kind of been tradition. Let's just ban DLC.
There was a category for a Demi-Fiend present where the goal was to kill Demi-Fiend as fast as possible in this game, in vanilla, and that was a DLC category that we had, so you could make an argument if there's enough interest we could make a category that includes DLC, but for this game I'm not sure what that would look like. Yeah,
my thinking, I'm not sure about this yet. I am sort of casually working on a potential super boss percent route that would do Demi-Fiend, Satan, Shiva, and True Lucifer, and I may or may not decide to allow DLC demons for that. It's I don't know, it's kind of up in the air at this point. It's sort of arbitrary for stuff like that.
So now we are going to the temple where Kadishtu has been, or the Kadishtu have been collecting their Magatsui. We are getting into a conflict with Nuva and Yakumo. We want to destroy the orb to prevent the collection of Magatsui from people, but they want to use it as a bait to lure the Kadishtu out. So we're getting into a fight with them. Oh wait, what did I? Huh?
I used fire breath instead of Madoon.
Yeah.
Ice breath.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, it's not going to matter. You should still have plenty of damage. So this fight is somewhat scripted. It's really weird. Most of the time, bosses get 2 press turns. So in this case, they both get 2, and so they have 4 total. But this particular fight, they only get 1 each. Which means if you can get them to crash into a dampener, they lose their whole turn. Yakumo always goes first, and the first 2 turns he'll always use a mech. So this fight is kind of really not that hard. Restore MP here.
I'm trying to think, what am I doing?
You can Inflaming Yoko and then...
We'll see, yeah. I'm just, yeah.
As long as you kill Yakumo, you'll force Dampener. If you can... you'll kill him?
I don't want to go for that. That's annoying if it fails, so just be careful.
Then be careful not to kill him.
Yeah. That's fine. I prefer to do it this way, just don't take a chance on that. It would be a very stupid test to have. Okay, so this turn, I should present that to Yoko.
Yoko's empty, not Alice's.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, it should be fine. You should still be able to win. You should have enough damage. Just force dampener here. Yoko can use a fire gem, or yeah, just pass. Okay, nice.
So we defeat them, and we get this scene. Oh yeah, you don't get to see this. Yakumo stabs Nuva in that cutscene, but it's just bait. Nuva doesn't actually die.
Yeah, they showed that scene in the trailer. They showed Yakumo stabbing Nuva, and everyone was pissed that it was a spoiler. And it was just bait, because Nuva just lives.
So the Kadishtu don't actually need the Magatsui to summon their god. What they need is a sacrifice, actually a very specific one. But our characters don't know that. But,
yeah, I don't think we're told that at this point.
No, and we'll head over to the government building in Shinjuku to chase the Kadishtu once more. This whole area is basically a cat and mouse game with the Kadishtu, just chasing them everywhere, trying to catch them.
Yeah.
Which we eventually will, but we have one more fight before that.
Well, we will run into one of the Agrit here, who is a Kadishtu. So,
yeah, that's fair enough.
The final member of the Kadishtu we haven't seen, Agrit.
Well, technically she does show up in cutscenes that we skip, but...
oh, does she? Okay.
Yeah, she shows up at the Aishat cutscene at the end of Area 2, and she shows up at the Nama cutscene. Actually, all of them show up when you defeat Nama for the first time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
but
guess we haven't really seen much of Lilith yet. Oh, Lilith shows up. Oh yeah, Lilith is the one who kills Sahori. So yeah, we have seen
yeah,
Lilith.
Lilith shows up multiple times. Once in a dream sequence, once when she kills Sahori, once when we defeat Nama for the first time. She does make appearances, but we skip most of that stuff anyway. So we haven't actually.
Section,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Agrid is basically summoning clones of herself to attack us, and they spawn randomly. They're actually kind of dangerous. If you get caught by one of these clones, you're probably dead.
Well, it's not exactly random. There's a certain time when they spawn, so they always spawn at the same, approximately at the same time. So if you're familiar with the timing, you can avoid them pretty easily.
So this fight is pretty funny. We have a really strong setup. And so basically, so long as we don't die turn 1, we win. We'll start off by... We're using Inflaming Divinity now that MC is partially on Sport Build. We also use Frolic, so we're going to basically max out all of our stats here. Okay, we live, so we win. We're going to dance here and switch to... So Yakshini is another demon with Pandemonic Beast, so she's serving the same purpose that Mermaid did. And then just spam Shockbound and Wind Breath. You can see how much damage Cleo is doing. It's like even more than MC is doing, and she's not hitting weakness.
And we didn't even use Kono Magichi on Yakshini, so we had even higher damage potential, but we don't need it for this fight.
You nuke that so hard that you don't even need to use all the tools you have.
So we'll just head over to the diet building. We need to avoid some kind of scary encounters here, which I failed to do.
Dumb.
That's fine though.
Okay, you go first, yeah.
I must have gotten clipped by the...
By the gas, I think you did.
Yeah, just barely, I think.
I'd love to have like a hitbox mapper or something to see how that works, because it's so jank.
Another enemy that spawns here is the Kaiwans. And
oh, that was not great.
Oh, that's fine, I'll pay. I have the money for it, but that's
You'd be able to afford that, yeah.
Yeah.
10k. I mean, there's another money chest you can pick up if you...
I don't need it.
If you don't need it, then it's fine.
I got the Saki earlier, so it's fine, but yeah, that wasn't great. That was very poor section on how to do the movement properly.
Yeah, that's like how I do that section. I don't think I've gone through that section fast without taking an encounter. Is there any way to check alignment in the game? Yes, there is. So on the Tokyo world map, the little player icon there, if it's spinning clockwise, you are law aligned. If it's spinning counterclockwise, you're chaos aligned. If it's not spinning, you're neutral aligned.
Now that's a memento from the older SMT games. I'm glad they brought it back. It's kind of nice to see. Although they could have included some other way to check alignment as well, but at least
they really should have had a more intuitive way to do it. That's like you need a strategy guide to know that's true.
Yeah, basically. So we get Lifespring and the Light Pleroma that we advertised. It's specifically for the next fight, and now we use the Incubus Essence to get Null Charm.
Yeah, this is another fight we need Null Charm for. So this next boss fight is probably the hardest mandatory fight in the game. I had a lot of trouble with this fight in my casual playthrough, and routing this took us quite a while to get a strat that's reasonably consistent. This fight is sort of the main influence for us, including Cleopatra in the route. It's where she gives the most value of anywhere else. Because she allows this fight to just get done so much quicker and more safely.
Yeah, we had a old setup which took like 7 turns, and it needed some things to go our way.
Yeah.
But now with this new setup, it's very unlucky if you don't get it first try.
Yeah.
I would say
you're more likely to win than to lose, but you definitely can still lose. Did you forget to do something?
Yeah, I need to reload. I forgot Grimoires. I need to close the game. 1 sec. Get it back. I forgot the Grimoire Anubis, so he didn't have Hama on, which he needs for the fight.
Your Discord stream died to me, by the way.
Amazing. 1 sec.
Open that back up so I can actually see.
Yep. Yeah, you should have it now.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I should have just not closed the game.
It's okay. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Alright, so what I was supposed to do...
So we want a Grimoire Anubis here. He is, so 1, so he learns Hamaon, and 2, so he has enough defense to survive. We also need to Grimoire Heiataro here, so he learns Enduring Soul. Otherwise, he will die turn 1. The first big issue of this fight is on turn 1, they use their unique skill Quidishtu Entropy, which does a few things. 1, it does severe almighty damage to your whole party and can easily just one-shot you. 2, it's charms, so we need to deal with that. And 3, it heals them for a large amount of HP. So obviously, them using it early in the fight isn't a big deal, but if we cannot let them use it again, or we're super, super dead. So we're not going to do any damage this turn because they would just heal it. Instead, we're going to focus on buffing. So giving Cleopatra and Anubis 2 defense buffs means they can live. MC can tank it as long as we give him Life String, and Heiataro has Enduring Soul. So now we're going to start doing damage. So the reason Cleopatra is so good for this fight is because she has +6 light, and she starts with Hama Varian, which is severe damage light skill. She's doing way more damage than any other option. Also, Anubis has an innate skill that boosts light damage for your whole party. So now, we put up 2 Tetrakarns, so Isis will always go second, and she will always use Axle Claw. So she's got a very high probability to hit one of our Tetrakarns, which will stop Nama and Agrit from getting their turns. And so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to taunt with MC. So Lilith should normal attack here, right into the taunt, and hit the Tetrakarn and lose their turn again. Alright, so now we kill this turn. So we're going to summon Tau, because we need her in here to use Strategize. And we're gonna just basically pound the crap out of Lilith with Cleo. There we go, she's down. So you only have to kill Lilith in this fight. If you kill any of the others, Lilith will just revive them. So you really just want to focus her down, which is... So
the incentive to kill the other demons is that you get the essences of the demons that you kill. So we only get Lilith essence when we do this, but we don't really need the others. But if you're playing casually, you're kind of incentivized to collect all of them. But yeah, we defeat them, and now it's time for cutscene galore. So how to summarize? There's like 8 different cutscenes here.
Let's see. Tau Yoko betrays you. Tau dies. Yuzuru dies. Aogami dies. Nua dies.
Tiamat gets summoned.
Technically dies, but he's revived. Tsukiyomi fuses with you because Aogami died, so now we're Nahabino with a different entity. What else happens?
Well, Dazai becomes... Dazai and Abdiel show up, and they are the ones who kill Yuzuru. Yeah,
Dazai and Abdiel decide that they're going to become Nahabino pair. They kill Yuzuru. Oh, yeah, and the Kadishtu are successful in summoning Tiamat, who is their goddess of destruction, essentially. And...
yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And the reason why... Well, Aogami didn't technically die. He got sacrificed to summon Tiamat, and why that works is because Aogami is a dragon slayer, basically, because he's Susanoo. There's a lot of lore about that. What am I doing? I need affinities. Okay, and Lilith on Cleo.
Yeah, so the nice thing about Lilith's essence is it has high force play aroma on it, which is I think it's a 45% boost to force damage, which is pretty great when Cleopatra has already high force affinity. So she's already got like +6 force because we gave her a force sutra.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some new drip here, and we'll go to the government building because Tsukiyomi wants to go here, and this is where we meet Mastema again, who kinda berates us for losing to the Kadishtu, but also mentions that there are intruders in Shakan, which is a holy place for the angels. And we kinda guess that Yoko is the one who's being there. I don't exactly remember why she went to Shakan.
I think she needed... There's something in Shakan that she needed
to
get to the throne of creation, I think.
Right.
Something like that. Anyway, so this area is kind of the first actual like proper dungeon of this game. It's not that long, but yeah, it's a proper dungeon instead of the outdoor area. The first forced encounter we run into here, we like to refer to as the Dark Block Bros. They're pretty nasty because they go first and deal a lot of damage. Thankfully, Cleopatra also sort of trivializes this fight. This is another fight that Cleo is very good for. So what we're gonna do here, we start with Hayataro in because he's way better defensively than Yakshini. We're then going to switch her in and give Inflaming to Cleo. Cleo will use Mizandine, and then we're going to Donum Cleo and use Mizandine again, which just wipes the encounter. So that strat is very consistent. Even if someone dies, you're usually fine, as long as it's not MC or Cleo, and Hayataro is very unlikely to die. If Anubis dies, you can still win.
Yeah, you're fine as long as you kill the powers. Basically, the minions are not very threatening, and you can take your time with them if the fight goes, like, poorly. And powers are pretty weak, too. They have less HP. But yeah, now we are just gonna traverse through this Angel Stronghold. This place has a gimmick where you kind of go upside down when you enter these portal things that kind of flip you around. So this is how you can navigate the area. That's the gimmick of the dungeon. So instead of teleporter mazes, we have things that flip you around. And for some reason, there's a bunch of chaos demons roaming around the Angel Stronghold. Oh, wait, that's not correct. It's over here. No? Okay, I'm getting a bit mixed up. Alright, there we go.
Yeah, the enemy choice in this dungeon is kind of interesting. They probably didn't want to redo all of the enemies they had from DKC, who are all Chaos Demons, so they just decided to justify it by like, oh, the Chaos Demons are invading Shakan, and that's why they're here. But it doesn't really make sense that they're, like, patrolling around as if they're guarding the place.
Yeah, the problem with, like, if they wanted to make, like, angel enemies here and whatnot, then they would have to redesign a lot of the game balancing as well.
Yeah, because they're all, they don't have the proper level ranges.
What am I doing? Okay, this way. Getting a bit mixed up.
Quite hard to navigate, in my opinion, relative to DKC, because, I don't know, DKC just feels like the area design sort of pulls you in the right direction, whereas Shakan is like, you really got to memorize every single turn. Like, do I go left or right here? I can't remember. I think it's left.
Oh, yeah, DKC is a bit more intuitive, but also if you make a mistake, the dungeon punishes you way harder than this dungeon does. If you get lost here, it's not as bad as, say, falling down to floors in DKC because you made a mistake on the Super Mario or Donkey Kong Country puzzle. But,
yeah, this game at least doesn't have fan puzzles that you have to wait cycles for, and that's very much appreciated. It just has really disorienting room flipping mechanics, which, again, once you memorize, okay, hold left after touching this one, and then go touch this one, it's not that bad. Especially because the dungeon is just fairly short.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out. Even if you don't memorize the dungeon, if you get lost, you can just look up and you can kind of figure out on the fly where you're supposed to go.
I'm super bad at that, so I
Yeah,
really don't want to get myself in that position.
Yeah, it's a little bit disorientating, but it's possible to just take a glance and see where you are. And we're gonna avoid these gummy worms. And then we'll pick up a kinky essence because that has endure, which we want for later. Can you max stats in this game? Yes, you can. If you can get 999 in every stat if you want.
It'll take you an eternity to do that, but yeah, you can.
I'm not sure if it's an eternity with Demon
Well, maybe in
Haunts.
Godborn you could do it fairly fast.
I haven't played Godborn, so I don't know exactly. But I've seen a lot of people have like 90, like all maxed out stats, so I don't think it's that difficult. I think you just need to play a bunch, which is yeah. I don't find that very engaging personally.
No, neither do I. I'd much rather just speedrun the game. So now we have a fight with some cherubs. The next two bosses in this area are kind of underwhelming and pretty trivial. They're also extremely vulnerable to just being blown up by Alice. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll just set up, do Frolic to minimize their defense, then Inflaming Divinity Alice. Should be passed.
Oh, I should have...
Concentrate? Concentrate, then switch to Yaxini. Switch to Yaxini.
Yeah. I got it.
Now you can do whatever the hell you want with MZ's turn. It's just Tarukaja'd you. Because of the charm. Oh, you didn't dismiss Flavor? I mean, I guess that's fine.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'll wait one turn then.
Down with MC, that
kills one of them, that's the problem. It's fine.
Oh, I might have killed both.
Yeah,
well,
like
whatever.
that's... Yeah, you would have killed, definitely. It's okay.
It'd be a dance shot down, which probably killed both. Yeah, there we go, doesn't matter. That fight is so trivially easy that...
I need to build power anyway for the next boss fight, so... It's not a big deal. Yeah, Charm works for everything that doesn't null Charm, but bosses have very high resistances for ailments, but you can pretty much... There's only a few bosses that actually resist Charm, right? Or null Charm, rather.
Yeah, I mean, basically every boss in the game resists all ailments, but there aren't that many bosses that straight up null ailments. Generally, the resistance is so strong that you're very unlikely to actually hit the ailments. But it allows you to use any ailment skills that have secondary effects, like Frolic, for example. We're only using it there for the defense debuff. Because if they nulled Charm, then they'd also null the secondary effects, so they null the debuffs as well. That's why we don't use Frolic on Yakumo and Nua, because Nua straight up nulls Charm. So the next boss fight here, we're going to have to fight Abdiel. This fight existed in Vanilla and I guess Canon of Creation as well, and it functions exactly the same way in those games as it does here. But honestly, that doesn't matter too much. We're going to blow this fight up really, really hard. I find it kind of funny that you can kill a major boss in this game this easily.
Yeah, I wish they didn't just copy-paste this and just like made it an actual different boss, but...
We're going to effectively use the same strat. Inflaming Alex. Concentrate. Yeah, Yakshini. Then attack Mirror MC.
No, I think I will Fist Dampener instead.
Or, it doesn't matter, yeah. Here you do have to dismiss Voiver, yeah. Just in case you thought Die For Me wasn't that strong. If you weren't convinced of its strength yet, I think that should show you.
So now we are done with all of that, and we'll head to Tokyo again. Oh yeah, forgot to mention that the Kadishtu also got sacrificed to summon Tiamat, which is their god. So the Kadishtu are actually no more as well.
That's true, yeah.
I didn't think we mentioned that, so... So now we are just dealing with Yoko and Tiamat, basically. What am I... We'll talk to Kosimizu again, and yeah, prepare for the final act. We get some exposition in this part about Empyrean, the Throne, Nahobino, and whatever. We know some of this stuff already by playing the game, but that's just big exposition dump. Just so we are caught up before going to the last area.
Yeah, effectively, anyone can take the Throne of Creation if they become a Nahabino, which is a fusion of a demon and the human who has their knowledge. And if you take the Throne of Creation, you're able to remake the world in whatever way you want to. And so now there's gonna be a big race for the Throne of Creation with a bunch of different groups involved.
Tokyo is fading like the setting sun.
Oh, and Tao is revived because she can do that.
Yeah, that's for Tao it was another Tuesday. We don't even remember to mention it.
So in this case, she takes a slightly different form. She's now properly what is her actual title?
Goddess of Creation, I believe.
Something like that.
Panagia.
She's supposed to be the one who guides a Nahabino to the throne. So obviously she picks us. And she actually joins our party. She doesn't count as a guest character anymore, which is kind of interesting. She counts as a sort of a pseudo-demon. Well, she is actually a full demon. She's just a Panagia demon, so she can't be fused into anything. But what that means is she can't use items like guest characters can, but you can use essences on her now. So that's not really relevant for the run. We don't need her to use items. We also don't really need her to do much beyond kill a couple of normal enemies.
Yeah, so we dismissed Anubis and Voivre. We don't really need them anymore for anything, so we really just want to get to level 62. That is the key. Yeah. And we'll also pick up some important essences while we are at it, because we get some good stuff in this area. We'll just do a quick little run and grind a bit of EXP, and then we'll do the end game boss rush. Yeah. When you get to Taido, you can start doing like all of the late game bosses already. You don't have to do any story things here. You can just go and fight everything you want. But we are a little bit too weak to do that yet, so we'll do some collecting first.
So our choice of strategy for gaining experience will be to take advantage of repulse spells and follow-up encounters. So if a bunch of enemies notice you and are aggroed onto you, and you have a repulse bell, or not a repulse bell, a track pipe, I'm saying the wrong thing, a track pipe, or Reborama. Yeah, if you have Reborama active, you are much more likely to get follow-up encounters. And like we said before, fighting follow-up encounters gives you a large amount of bonus experience. So effectively the strategy is here is we're going to fish for follow-up encounters, and we're going to clear them with Cleopatra, because she's strong enough to do that. And then we're just going to get a ton of experience from it. We're going to get high enough levels such that we have enough Gospels to get us to 62, and then once we reach level 62, we're strong enough to finish the rest of the game. So that was pretty unlucky. You really want to see more follow-ups than that.
I should check my Gospel count at this point. We have 6 Gospels, so the key plus 3, we really want 53.
53? Okay. So, thankfully, if you just save and load, you can respawn that Nebrios, and then do this again.
53 shouldn't be that difficult to reach, so I don't think we are here for that long, hopefully. Oh, I forgot to... that's not good.
I think you should be able to just hit again with Tau. Yeah. We're free to use basically all of our MP items on Cleo here, because we don't really need them after this. Okay, that's a little bit better.
Yeah.
We're not getting super big encounters, but we're at least getting the follow-up.
Yeah, that Titania encounter is not the best, but that should be enough according to my counts.
So we're good.
Yeah, that's just about enough.
So that does mean we're going to have to get both of the Kusimi-tamas in this area, unless we get really lucky with this first one.
No, we don't. I need only one.
If I get, do the math?
Assuming I did get a double drop, which is really likely.
Oh, you just need a double drop of this one. Okay.
Yeah. I always count the double drop as guaranteed because, well, that's almost guaranteed. Not quite, but it's very...
worth saves coming for anyway.
Yeah. Oh. Went a bit too far to the left there. Yeah. Don't do that. Okay. No. I misclicked, but yeah, I got 2, so that's enough. There's one partner spot gospel on the ground a bit later, so everything is fine.
That gives you, that gives you 9, which is exactly what you need, so perfect.
Yeah, that was pretty efficient grind, all things considered.
Yeah. Only having to do it twice is totally fine. That's about average luck. If you get really lucky and you get 5 follow-ups, you probably only have to do it once.
Possibly, yeah. Depending on what gospel count you have as well, that plays a big part. I only had 6, so...
Yeah, you probably would have to do 2 no matter what.
Yeah, I didn't have any extra gospels. Right? I don't think I did.
I don't think so, no.
Wait, what, 2, 1... Math. No, I think I had 1 extra gospel. I think 5 is the minimum you can have.
Anyway, there's one more guaranteed one in the partner spot here.
Let me just make sure that I did everything correctly. I'm just gonna use them instantly. That should be... Yeah. That is indeed 62. Okay. Well, that's very effective, efficient way of getting the level we need. If we needed any higher than this, like if you need like level 70, for example, this would be kind of a pain.
Yeah, you'd have to grind on something else. The likely most... There's a couple of options you could use. You could grind on Rangas in the kind of east side of Asakusa, which is a slower option, but isn't terrible. You could also... There's also an island with a bunch of Yamato Orochis on that are really easy to get lots of follow-ups, but they're also very strong, so that's not a great option. That Nebrios is just such a good option because it's easy to get a lot of follow-ups off of it, and it's pretty easy to win those encounters.
Yeah, and also it's like very efficient routing-wise because we can pick up all the stuff we want, and she's right on the path for that as well.
Yeah, that's true as well.
So it's very efficient to just fight her. And it still keeps our options open for picking up the Gospels, which was kind of the main thing we wanted anyway, because at first we did the grind in different order, but then we decided that picking up the Gospels after the grind would be better to get a clearer picture of the EXP.
Yeah, exactly. My original logic was get all the Gospels first, then you have a clear picture of what level you need to get to off the grind, but that just doesn't make much sense. You do the grind first, see whatever level you get, and then if you get high enough, you just decide to skip some Gospels.
Getting the Gospels first would be good on paper, but the thing is that you cannot control how much EXP you get from the grind, because sometimes you get a crazy amount of follow-ups and end up like 3 levels over-leveled.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what happened to me in my early runs when I was doing it in that order.
It happened to me too, and that was kind of why we switched it around. I meet Yakumo here, and there's no Nuva. So in my casual playthrough, I didn't even realize that Nuva died until Yakumo told us it at this point.
Yeah, the cutscene doesn't make it super clear. She kind of just gets struck by a meteor, and I guess that's enough to kill her. And
now Yakumo just says that he's not aiming for the throne anymore and gets written off the story for the rest of the game. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's probably why they killed Nua, because in COC, those two are the neutral reps and they go for the throne, but they kind of just needed those two out of the way to make room for the new Vengeance reps. Yeah, if Nua and Yakuma were also going for the throne now, it would be very cluttered. That's why also I assume Yusuru got killed as well. And also, and also that we get the new forum, which was kind of the big marketing point for this game. It was all over all of the promotional material. Yeah. And yeah, this is an interesting point that I didn't really realize before, but this is probably another nod to Nocturne, but Asakusa looks strangely familiar to Mifunashiro and the circular design of that area. So if you... Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so I didn't even realize that until Shiner told me about it. Yeah, I mean, if you do the Archangel side quest in this game, the cutscene where they spawn is exactly the same as the one where they show up in Nocturne. It's literally the same camera angle and music and everything. Yeah. Actually, do I need more bar? Yes, I think so. You need to be one turn away. That's weird. Hasn't happened to me before. Alright, let's get some bar then. Too slow. Just hit them when they're respawning. How did I not get that one? Okay, fine. It's fine. I have enough money. Alright, that's good enough. I got the... That was not going to give you bar. It did. Why? How did that give you bar? Yeah, I don't understand why. What? I don't understand why they gave you bar. I me neither. I just saw my bar go up. I don't get why, but I'll take it. All right. So now we'll just do the final prep for the boss rush, which includes using the final respec item for vitality. Yeah. So at this point, MC's damage is completely irrelevant. He does way less than our options for demons. So we just use the free Testament tablet we get to spec him into vitality, so he can't die.
Are we doing the Shiva fight? No, we don't have to do the Shiva fight for this ending. CoV does have Shiva, but we don't have to do it for this ending.
Wait. No. No, it's... yeah, that's fine. That is fine.
I always find this dog fusion confusing because you just take so few skills, it just feels so wrong.
Yeah.
Shiva is the god of destruction in Hindu mythology, yeah.
Gog Magog, gaming time, and also a pixie.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to start our final endgame strategy, which we refer to as Gog Magog gaming. It's sort of a joke of a thing, but because it's actually really Arahabaki who enables this. Gog Magog is just kind of the demon who sort of does the most damage with this setup. So Arahabaki's innate skill is poorly translated, but what it does is any demon that you summon into the party will get any support effects that are on Arahabaki. So for example, if you buff all of Arahabaki's stats, summon a demon into a different slot than he's in, they'll get those buffs. The reason why that's so strong is because it applies to charge effects. On its own, that isn't that big of a deal, but if we combine it with the Magatsumi skill you've already seen us use before, Strategize, which makes summoning demons a free action, what we can effectively do is buff up Arahabaki with the charge skills that we want, then unsummon Gog, summon him into, activate Strategize, unsummon Gog, summon him back to the party. He'll get the charge effect. He can attack with it, unsummon him, summon him again. He can attack again with another charge effect. And so what you can do is you can get 8 charged attacks in one turn. That's utterly broken. Completely and utterly broken, and totally splits the endgame in half. Specifically, how we're going to use it here is with Critical Aura. Critical Aura makes your next physical attack a guaranteed crit and 100% accuracy. And we're going to use Rampage, which is normally a low accuracy multi-target attack. And we're going to combine it with Pandemonic Feast, the thing we've been using all game, to buff random target skills. And we are going... Oh, wow. Charm hit Beelzebub. That's really rare.
I haven't seen that before.
That's kind of good, I guess. Nice. So anyway, here we go. So activate Strategize, unsummon Gog. We'll then bring in our Pandemonic Feast user, which is Yaxini. And Rampage. You can see that did about 4,000 damage. Summon Gog again. And Rampage. So this hits 2 to 4 times, so about 2 to 4,000 damage. And remember, with the Atlas janky math, it's more likely to hit 4 times than any other number of times. And yeah, this is the rest of the game. This strategy, like no boss can stand up to this.
There is a little bit more nuance at the later fights, but the general idea is the same.
The general strategy is the same, but we will switch up from using Rampage to some other skills because they're better for some later fights. But for these ones, Rampage is just incredibly strong.
Also on hard mode, we cannot one-shot in one turn all of the bosses, so we do need to make some defensive adjustments as well to make sure we don't die against the harder bosses. But the general idea is the same. So that's Beelzebub, and now we just need to build more bar for the next boss fight.
Oh, yes. I didn't talk about Gog's passive. So the reason why we use Gog specifically is because of his innate skill, which is Vengeful Might. What that does is every weakness that's in your party increases his critical hit damage by, I think it's 5% or so.
Yeah, 5% each time.
Yeah, this is really strong for a couple of reasons. So Gog himself has 5 weaknesses. Arahabaki has 4 weaknesses. So them two alone, the 2 demons that we need to have for this strategy to work at all, contribute 8 weaknesses already. So that's already, whatever the math is, a lot of damage. 40%. And then, of course, MC has more weaknesses, Yakshini has 2 more weaknesses. So functionally, Gog ends up with like 50 or 60% more damage from his innate skill.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that the ailment weaknesses also count towards that.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Gog has 5 weaknesses.
Oh, right. I'm trying to focus on the game. I'm not sure what you said, so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. It matters a lot later. We're going to try to put more weaknesses in our party later when we start needing them more. Here, you didn't put Yakshini in.
Oh, that is true. I might be able to do this still.
Here, it's much better to put Yakshini in for Pandemonic Feast, but eventually we'll be using some different skills where just piling weaknesses is better.
We might end up in a bit of a pickle, but...
We'll see. Depending on how lucky you get, you might be fine.
I mean, even if I don't kill in turn 1, I don't think they can kill me anyway.
Yeah, you might be able to just finish. That was a good hit right there. So, this strategy is even stronger in these multi-target situations where we can hit 2 to 6 times.
Oh, I'm getting good hits.
You're doing more than enough
yeah,
damage.
This is fine.
Big hits.
Gog Magog putting in the work.
Yeah. I like this Odin design. I think this Odin design, I think Odin's my favorite demon in this game because he looks so cool.
So interestingly, Zeus doesn't actually die here, but Odin does.
Yeah, Zeus is part of a side quest chain you can do. It's a really long side quest chain that we haven't even started and have no reason to start.
Yeah, and oh, we got the bug. There we go.
Yeah, sometimes on certain level ups, the level up background won't display properly if you're mashing through it fast enough.
So yeah, since we are running glitchless, we didn't do the early Empyrean, but you are able to glitch yourself early into Temple of Eternity if you really wanted to, and that's what the normal 90% route does.
Yeah, if you want to see that, go watch Beef's run from earlier in the marathon, because he did that. I prefer playing this game glitchlessly, so all of my routes are glitchless. Well, that's not true. Most of my routes are glitchless routes.
Also, the nice thing about that is it's more accessible for people who play on console, because some of the glitches cannot be done on console. So
I think all of the glitches in this game are PC exclusive.
No metaphor. The game came out 3 weeks ago. There hasn't been any speedrun routes down. It's gonna take a while.
You have a lot of faith in us to think we could route and run a game in like the few weeks it's been out.
We're not a lot good. It's a lot of effort.
It is. Making routes for these games takes a lot of time.
The reason why Vengeance has such good routing already is because Vanilla was out before Vengeance, so we had already a base to work with.
Yeah, exactly. We managed to get some Vengeance routes out within like a few weeks because we already knew a good chunk of the game from running on Vanilla.
We're just gonna build bar for the next boss fight, and now we get to go through Temple of Eternity, so I'm gonna try to make the movement as clean as possible so we don't end up in random encounters, but we'll see. There are some cool movement tricks in this dungeon, and it's definitely a lot more enjoyable in Vengeance than it was in Vanilla. In Vanilla, you would just put Estoma on and cancel every encounter, but this game, Estoma works very differently, so it's not even worth using.
Yeah, Estoma in this game was changed into a miracle that you buy, and then in order to activate it, you need to use your Magatsui bar. It's also on a abscess that is really far out of the way, so we don't even get it. Even if we could get it, using it would be very questionable because building bar takes time. So you would probably just tell people, just get good and dodge enemies. Wait, I like this dungeon a lot better in the Vengeance run because no Estoma. It actually requires some skill.
Yeah, I think this is my favorite part of Area 4, actually. This dungeon. It's pretty nice going through this.
Everybody who speedruns this game loves Orthrus. It's our favorite demon. Also Orabus and Anzu.
Oh, that's first floor. First floor doesn't really have any interesting movement, but second floor is the trickiest floor to get through without getting an encounter. So I'll try to showcase how we can avoid it. Especially the Ongyoki encounters are somewhat difficult to dodge.
Yeah. If the Ongyoki dodge goes well, it looks really trivial. You're like, oh, that's all you have to do. It's fairly precise.
Alright, so this is the first somewhat tricky dodge. I used to get this like all the time correctly, but I've been struggling with this a little bit. But we got it.
Yeah, that's nice. If you jump, you can kind of jump over the Adralamek's foot there as he tries to kick you.
Oh, here's the first Ongyoki section.
Yeah, so
Kinda tricky, let's see.
Gotta aim for a pretty specific spot and then do a quick juke to the left.
And we
Beautiful,
got it.
that's how you do it. It's a pretty narrow range to get through there without getting hit.
Get some dialogue with Tao here. Talking about the creation aspect, and there's one more Ongyoki dodge in this floor, which is even more difficult than two of the ones we did just now.
This one's not as mandatory. You can go around it if you want to, but it is faster to do the dodge.
Also, yeah, I'm gonna try it just because it looks cool when you get it correctly. But yeah, we'll see. It's kind of like doing the Ongyoki dodge, but in reverse. So there's 3 Ongyokis in the front and only 1 in the back, instead of having 1 in the front and 3 in the back. So it's kind of a different formation. It's a bit more tricky to get through.
We need to pick up this Odin Essence, otherwise we wouldn't have to do this dodge at all. This Odin Essence has Figment Slash on it, which is going to be a pretty important skill for the final 2 bosses.
And there we
That
go.
was well done.
So I would say that's the most difficult dodge in the dungeon. Personally,
I think I agree.
There's a couple more in the 3rd floor, but I don't find them nearly as tricky as the Ongyokis in this floor.
The Mata jumps feel kind of inconsistent to me, but they're not really that hard.
Yeah, Mada has a bit of a weird hitbox, I feel like.
Yeah, I think his spawn position might be somewhat variable. Like, I think every demon spawn position is slightly variable.
That
Most
could
of them
be the
don't
case.
matter.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Figment Slash, not Piggy Slash. You could call it Piggy Slash if you want, but Figment is what it's called.
Alright, so these Madas are a little bit annoying, but we'll see.
Jump around the corner, again, jump over their hitbox.
Yeah, that's...
That one in particular.
Yeah, that one is the
like you
difficult.
clearly made that.
Yeah, the one...
Do you do need some money? Oh, you'll get tons of money from Metatron.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think Metatron funds the rest of the game himself.
Yeah, so what ended up happening is I think I clipped the wall a little bit, which slowed me down, and it gave enough time for Mada to catch me, but yeah, his hitbox is not very accurate to the model. So there's one more essence we want in this dungeon. It's the GU essence with high fizz pleroma.
Yeah.
That makes Gok into an absolute unit. And there's one more dodge in the dungeon. This shouldn't. There is a cool way of doing it, but I'm not very comfortable with that. It feels a bit RNG, so I'm just gonna do this the easy way.
So the Pleroma stack in this game, so high fit. Oh, you got stuck on the torch.
I did not do that correctly. Yeah. Whatever, it's fine.
So Fizz Pleroma and High Fizz Pleroma stack together, and they stack multiplicatively. And they also stack multiplicatively with Critical Zealot, which is a skill that boosts critical hit damage.
So here we go. Gok gets GU. Rampage. Wait. No, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I think that's right. I can't actually remember what you take at this point.
Yeah, I think that looked correct.
That's right. Okay. So because we didn't do Empyrean skip, there are some battles in Empyrean that you can skip with the glitch that we'll have to fight. None of them are particularly difficult though. The only one that can be kind of annoying is one has Lullaby. So we put Clotho's affinities on MC, which both nulls fire, which is helpful for the boss after this, and gives null sleep.
Let's see if we get good luck here.
So
that's generally the thing he likes to do.
So ideally, he'll just Mahama own right off the bat, and then he won't Dekunda. You can still kill him even if he does. It just will take more attacks.
Remember the switch Yaxina in this time. But yeah, Metatron is not especially bulky.
No,
I think I have killed him in 4 hits before when he didn't Dekunda turn 1.
Yeah, I believe you. Metatron's a bit of an interesting fight, and he's the first enemy you'll encounter that doesn't have a weakness. And Atlas decided that was going to be fairly hard for most people to deal with, which can be sort of true. If you're still relying on magic damage at this point, running into something with no weakness is pretty bad. But we're not relying on that. We're relying on critical damage instead. So the fact that they reduced his HP quite a bit compared to the other bosses around this time is beneficial to us.
And that is Metatron. I think a lot of people get some catharsis out of that from playing Nocturne.
Yeah, Metatron is a very difficult fight in Nocturne.
Okay, let's Grimoire the Gogi, get him up a little bit.
Yeah,
you really want him to get 68 is kind of the key. That's like the guaranteed kill on Lucifer if you get him to like 68.
I'll put Cleo back in.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, you've got a way to solve that.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
So this fight requires a bit more actual strategy because we're not entering with full bar, so we need to actually build it back up while doing our setup. We could just leave and build bar somewhere else, but that's kind of slow. So it's more preferable to do something here.
Definitely not the best, but let's see. Wait, do I have?
Cleo has Endure, so make sure to... Actually, what did they use? Makarakar and Gog, I think. Probably...
yeah, I don't... Yeah, like... Just worried about Cleo now, because...
No, she has Endure, she should be fine.
I haven't frolicked yet, but I think that's fine.
Oh, right.
It should be fine. I
can
frolic...
probably fit one in here.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think so.
Although you might... That's kind of awkward.
I'm gonna do one hit first, though, and then, like, frolic now. And that should be okay, I think.
Yeah, definitely bring in Yakshini.
That is true.
Because not having Yakshini in for that first hit kind of sucks, but you got a 4 hit, which is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Dazai. Oh, they're both already limping. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, they don't have that much HP. I think I've done this mistake before as well and was completely fine.
Yeah, you've still got 2 hits.
I really should learn how to read my notes, though. That's the biggest weakness for any speedrunner. Yeah.
Yeah, you still even had a hit left.
Alright, from
good hits.
So Abdel and Dasai are no more. We just killed them, and now we go to the Empyrean.
Yeah. So that eliminates some competition for the throne.
Yeah, at this point, there really only is... Yoko is a question mark with Tiamat. We don't really know what... We haven't seen them in a while, and we don't know what Mastama is up to, but that's kind of the situation we are in.
Yeah.
But Mastama is such a trustworthy angel that I don't think he's up to any nefarious stuff.
Nah, of course not. He won't be a problem for us. So these fights are a little bit annoying because most of our power is reliant on Magatsui gauge. It's kind of annoying to have to build it back up. This fight we can actually win without doing that, just because they're weak to force, so Cleo Mizandine spam is viable. You do have to make sure to kill these guys in all at once. Oh, that sucks.
That's a bit unfortunate, but I think it's...
Yeah, careful not to kill those other 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, nice double punch. Because if you leave one alive, it will resummon the other 2.
Oh, that was interesting. I have Force Gem probably. Oh, that didn't kill? Okay, well, Tao survived that.
Okay, yeah.
That was very scuffed.
Tao, yeah, that was kind of scary. I guess probably their debuffs wore off or something.
Yeah, probably. I didn't really do a very good job in that fight. It's fine.
Yeah, I think throwing an Amrita shower at some point would have been helpful, and having Tao help with Megidola.
I figured I wouldn't need to do that, but I should have. So we dealt with Melchizedek, and next is Sraush. This one we are gonna be doing the Koknagok gaming strat. It feels kind of silly to do the Koknagok strat here because Raosha dies so quickly, but it's still the most effective way of dealing with him.
Yeah, the difference between doing it and not doing it is night and day. If you try to fight this without using the GOG strat, it takes longer than it would to just build bar and do the GOG strat.
Yeah, it just feels a little silly to do it and then 3-hit him, but
yeah, absolutely.
For our setup, it's actually mandatory to do the fight like that.
Yeah, we are incredibly all in on the GOG strat right now. So if we don't do it, our damage just sucks.
All right, we have one more small Empyrean fight left before the final boss rush. But this next fight is Alilat, and Alilat is pretty common in most SMT games, I would say. It's kind of interesting that Alilat is the fight that is the final one here. Nope.
Yeah, so we'll have to build up full bar to blow this up, which isn't really a big deal. It doesn't take that long to do. Charm hit both of them.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Not that it mattered, they just went into Tetrakarn anyway.
Yeah. Oh, this fight is a little bit of a nod to Baal Avatar from Nocturne, I would say. Summoning Ose and Floros. Even though they're not the Halal versions of them, but still. And that's Alilat done, and now we have 3 more bosses. These are more like mini bosses, so now we get to fight actual bosses.
So we need a bit of setup for this next boss. This next boss is kind of unique in the way it works. So it has a main body that resists everything, and 3 heads that have kind of various weaknesses among them. If you kill one of the heads, instead of actually dying, the main body will use some of its HP to revive the head. So basically the strategy is you have to continuously kill the heads to get the main body to use its HP to revive them, because the main body itself is so tanky and resists everything. Attacking it directly, there's some ways you can do it, but it's not really the best option. And then once you've kind of drained all of the health from the main body, the heads will stay dead, and then you can just finish off the main body. So in that regard, what we want is a multi-hit skill. So what we're gonna use is Megaton Press. That's what it's called. Megaton Press is basically a very strong multi-hit skill that is low accuracy, but because we're using Crit Aura, the low accuracy doesn't matter. Conveniently, Hell Thrust is also on the same essence that we want to get to Megaton press off of, and Health Thrust is good for just finishing off the main body once the heads are done. Because Health Thrust pierces, so you can pierce the physical resistance. This is also where if we were somehow off of alignment, this is where we would find out and we'd be very mad and lose the run.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that we have correct alignment for this run.
We are going for Chaos. The main reason we go for Chaos is because not this boss fight, but the boss fight after it is much easier if you go for Chaos.
Oh, I forgot to evergreen in Dalilat fight, I think. No, wait, no, that's fine. I don't need...
No,
yeah.
I don't think you do
no,
that.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
So the difference between the Chaos is if you pick Law, Tao stays with you, but if you're on Chaos ending, Tao leaves the party and Yoko joins you instead. The one kind of annoying thing about that is Yoko forces herself into your party for some reason.
Yeah, so she's gonna be in the slot 1 when the fight starts.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, it makes some sense to do that in a tutorial fight, but in a late game final boss situation, having a character just force their way into your party is pretty stupid. Doesn't really matter for us, we just account for it. And just immediately switch her out. Doesn't cost very much time. So our first order of business is we need to set up as well as build up our bar. So the main body always goes first, and it loves using ice skills, which is why we put Drain Ice on MC, and we're going to taunt. And we've got our buffs set up. Alright, now we got full bar, so we're going to start with the Gaiman.
For this fight, we don't need to switch in any damage amplifying demon.
It doesn't matter because your damage is capped by the head's total HP. If it was possible for us to one-turn the heads, which we did one-turn the heads there, but that's because they were debuffed. When they're revived, they lose their debuffs, and it's obviously not worth reapplying them. So if it would take a very large amount of extra effort to get enough damage to be able to one-turn them, so we just accept that we're going to two-turn them. And in that case, the extra damage we would get from, say, subbing in more weaknesses or something doesn't matter. So we just leave Cleo in. You might try to argue that we could get more damage on the main body, but no, we can't because we don't crit it because it resists Fizz, and all of our options to get more damage just increase crit damage. So we cannot one-turn this boss. It's got way too much health to do that. So we are going to have to go back on the defensive for a bit and rebuild our bar.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case for the next fight as well.
Yeah.
Arahabagi took kind of a beating there, actually. Interesting.
You could still have Endure, though.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure we stay in a defensive position. And we can heal up with Yoko. Okay, so here, this, on charge, it uses a physical attack, and it actually... yeah, Tetrakarn or Rahabaki, I think. And it actually can reflect a lot of damage to itself, so we're going to abuse a Rahabaki again. We put Tetrakarn on him, and then we'll switch back to a bunch of other demons, and that will move that Tetrakarn over to them. We get full bar, and then Tetrakarn MP, and then we'll get a bunch of extra damage off that. So you can see that hit for, like, probably 5k or so total, maybe a bit more than that. And then we're ready to do another Dogma Gaming. Don't forget to evergreen at some point.
Wait, was it this fight?
I think you can do it. I think it's a range to get bar in time on Mastema if you don't do it. So I would say if you can do it, I would do it.
Yeah, I have enough damage anyway to finish, so...
Yeah, you should have enough damage to finish.
I think you usually finish this with 3 half turns left. So, that's fine.
I kind of like seeing the crazy stacking of like the particle effects from all the buffs and stuff that you can see on like Pixie and Arahabaki. Okay, and once one of the heads stays dead, you can just finish off the main body with Hell Thrust. That's Tiamat. That's a pretty difficult fight casually. I remember struggling a lot with that fight on my first playthrough, because it's very different to how you're used to playing the game.
It's interesting that, like, Tiamat has a very annoying mechanic where Tiamat will start spamming Mediarama when it gets to low HP.
Below half HP.
Yeah. Alright, so one more fusion. Final one of the run. We're gonna make CSI.
Dynamic Attack Sheep.
Yeah, also known as Dynamic Attack Sheep. That was actually...
Doesn't matter how you fuse this, to be honest.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
So Dynamic Attack Sheep has 2 things that are really good value. One, it has the most weaknesses of any demon in the game. It's got 7 weaknesses because ailment weaknesses count, and it's weak to all ailments. So that boosts Gog's damage by quite a bit through his innate. And also, Sheep's innate is called Helmsman, which what that does is any demon who goes after Sheep will get a huge accuracy boost. Which is good because we're not going to be using Crit Aura anymore. We're going to shift to using Charge plus Figment Slash because that's more damage. That's more single target damage than what we were using before. And we now have access to it. So we're going to set up Gog, Arahabaki, and the rest of the party for that. And then we'll fight Mastema. Wait, we're fighting Mastema? I thought he was a good guy.
Yeah,
oh, you've got all the way to level 70, Gog. Nice.
So the one thing we did not mention was that we sided with Yoko, and Mastema took control of Tiamat for that fight. Yoko was our ally, but Tiamat was under Mastema's control. And after defeating Tiamat, he wants to finish the job by himself.
Oh yeah, and Aogami's alive again.
Oh yeah, that's a minor detail, yeah.
So, importantly, we're going to stop using Frolic at this point because accuracy now matters, so we actually need to use Debilitate instead, because Frolic doesn't decrease accuracy or agility. Time for some gaming. So while we could have hit with Gog right there, we choose not to because we want to pass through Attack Sheep for that accuracy buff. Your accuracy is very hot. Helmsman is a really big accuracy bonus, so if you combine it with Dragon Eye as well as all the agility buffs, I don't think your accuracy is 100%, but it's
no, there is approximately 1 in 200 chance to miss. So that would be very on brand for a marathon run to get the 0.5% miss here. Even if that happens, Mastema is very easy to stall.
Yeah, It's much more of a problem if you miss on the next fight, you're pretty much dead, but this one you can recover. But yeah, Mastema does have a lot of HP, so we can't just one-turn him with this.
We get pretty close. I mean, we do a bunch of damage, but yeah, we can't like quite finish.
Yeah, you can't fully kill him. And Mastema gets a ton of extra press turns based on the number of times you either crit him or exploit his weakness. But that's completely irrelevant because he's always going to just hit into a repel there because MC has him taunted. And hitting a repel removes all of your press turns no matter what. Yeah, if you side with Tao here, you fight a completely different boss who is... the problem with that boss is it's designed to be fought with magic. If you try to fight it with Fizz, it's very impractical. And our entire strategy revolves around physical, and we have really terrible magic damage. So siding with Tao just wouldn't make any sense. We'd have to build an entirely different party just for that boss fight.
Time for some more gaming.
Yeah, and don't forget to...
attack Sheep and Evergreen, yeah.
Yeah. So switching Gog out and switching him back in is exploiting Arahabaki's innate skill, so when you summon a demon, it will get whatever buffs that Arahabaki has. So if Arahabaki has charge, you can effectively duplicate charge if you switch Gog in and out like this.
Alright, one more hit should do it.
Nice. With a clean Mastema.
And we have one more fight to go. So now Lucifer shows up. And he tells us that he has killed God and wants us to meet him, basically.
Yeah, Lucifer is very out of nowhere in this game. In my opinion, he's kind of just like shoehorned into the plot, and I don't know, it feels kind of weird.
Is this correct? Cleo MC? Yeah.
In Canon of Creation, he fits in quite well, but here it just... Yeah.
Yeah. So Lucifer basically just wants to break free from the cycle of reincarnation that's going on. That's basically his whole thing.
So Lucifer resists physical, so we can't use power charge like we were using last time, but we can use Impaler's Animus, which both grants a damage buff, not as much as charge. Impaler's Animus was nerfed in Vengeance relative to vanilla, but it's still necessary in this fight. And Lucifer has an interesting innate skill where if you don't hit him, he gets another press turn. So we hit him there with Primordial Chaos with Yoko, which both counts as a debilitate and does enough damage to prevent his innate from happening. Okay. You can just pass switch in dynamic attack sheet. Alright. So now we just need to not miss, and we should have enough damage to kill him this turn. Because He's another boss that doesn't have any weakness, and so his HP is quite a bit lower than most other bosses in this endgame.
There is a true version of Lucifer even in CoV if you want to do all the TNE stuff. The different story quests, and there Lucifer is level 99 and it's actually 3 phases and he's really strong in there. He got buffed a fair bit, but this version of Lucifer is not very threatening.
For any percent purposes, we don't have to fight that.
And get ready with the time. Time is on final hit on Lucy. One more hit. Unless we get the 0.5% miss. Alright, and time. 4:04:42. Okay.
That's a pretty good run, yeah. Anything in the low 4-hour range is good.
Kinda. Most of the time lost was actually in the first area, funnily enough, with Eligor and 2 Hydra deaths. Rest of the run was decent. But yeah, that's the run.
Thank you for the run, John. Very entertaining.
Yeah, thank you for being with the commentary here. It's just really good time.
I do what I can.
And thank you everyone who's been participating in the weekend of SMT, but don't go anywhere. There is still one more run to cap off our SMT Marathon this year. Lily is going to be doing a P3 reload run, so stay tuned for that. That's going to begin shortly, and hopefully everybody has enjoyed the weekend. I've had a lot of good time watching other people play their games and also doing a run myself, so yeah. Alright, I am ready to cut off whenever